X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. The spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. The force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Show you how.
Good evening, everybody. Hello, hello, and hello again. It is so good to see all of you guys. I'm sorry I didn't stream yesterday. I was busy recovering from the night I had at the Harvest Festival that I went to with Vosh and Demon Mama and so on. We had a really good time, but it was very cold. Colder than I'm used to. Way colder. And I spent a lot of time by a fire, and the time I didn't spend by a fire, I was not having the best... Well, I was having a good time in the sense I was having fun, but the temperature was making it difficult, you know? It was despite the temperature. It was cool, though. It was really cool. Did a corn maze, some haunted houses, that kind of stuff. Get naked, Xander Hall? Wrong stream. Wrong stream. You meant that, you meant to say that in my Pornhub stream, I'm afraid. It's snowing where you are? Is it snowing where I am? Damn it. Not a cloud in the sky. I've been scammed. Zed, get naked! Okay, chat. Amazing news. Amazing freaking news, okay? I, today, beat the Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood expansion. And I watched in my free company Discord for Final Fantasy 14 with my with all of the free company people. I watched the trailer for Shadowbringers for the first time. People told me it's the best trailer. It's the best one. I was like, I don't know how good it could be, but I watched it and I was pretty mind blown by a couple reveals, but I was like, I didn't understand a lot of it, and then I rewatched it and I understood more of what was going on. And like it gets better every time. It's so good. Shadowbringers trailer is so fucking good. Okay, since I know there's like a mix of people here. There's the people here who have seen it and played it and will appreciate me showing it on stream because duh. There's the people here who are playing FF14 and haven't gotten to Shadowbringers yet, so this trailer would be spoilery for them, and for those people, I would recommend muting and tabbing out for like a bit, maybe like 5-10 minutes. And then there's the people who will never play the game and don't care about the game, but this trailer will probably get them into it. Unfortunately, well, it won't be really spoilery if it gets them into it because of how disconnected it is from the starting events. Unless you've got insanely good memory, like, none of this will make sense to you, even halfway through Stormblood. Never gonna play, no trailer will change my mind? Okay. I'm gonna show you guys. I've still got quite a bit of chores in the game I've got to do before I can start Shadowbringers. Because, the way that Shadowbringers does the storytelling is there are new quests besides just the MSQ that add a ton to the story, called role quests. So there's a quest line for tank, melee DPS, range DPS, whether it be magic or physical, and healer. So I've got a level 1 of each, all the way up to 70, before I start Shadowbringers, as well as going back and doing all the raids I didn't do for the story and background they give, because apparently Shadowbringers and Endwalker is where fucking everything comes together. So, yeah, let's check this out. Please talk about Dylan Burns first. I'm sorry, but what order I talk about things on stream isn't up to single people in chat. I'm sorry. And also the order in which I'm going to cover it's relevant. It's important to cover it before something else and also something else before it. That's the most I'll say. Anyway, that aside, here's the trailer for Shadowbringers. People who don't want to be spoiled, you may want to step away for a second, but people who don't care or want to see my reaction to it. This is my third time watching the trailer. I've seen it twice. And my first time watching this trailer was like an hour ago. Like, I'm not even kidding. I finished Stormblood and watched this trailer for the first time an hour ago. Anyway, let's watch. Final spoiler warning. This is how Stormblood ended. Fighting the Empire. The Empire are literally Nazis. Just straight up. Like, down to the racism, too.
How many years have come and gone since that day? How many years have I waited for this
Xenos
moment?
is awesome.
For the one that stood alone against the storm.
Oh yeah, the cinematics are great.
For the one they called. The warrior of light.
No spoilers in chat, by the way. I have not played the expansion yet. I am literally... haven't even started the first quest of Shadowbringers. This is us. Like, this guy represents the player character. What is that thing? Just literally change classes. Mid-fight. FF14 Shadowbringers spoilers for people just arriving.
What sayest thou, Master Matoya? We may accept this fate, or defy it, but we cannot deny it.
Deny? I am not wont to run from my troubles.
I don't know what's going on for a lot of this, and you're not supposed to until you play the expansion. Dragoon. Monk. Hey, Val.
Until our friend returns, I will hold the line.
I'm pretty sure this is the Mikote capital city. Also, something I just noticed, this is a cool... You can tell they're going to have a plot line about wealth disparity here, because you've got like a big castle that's super elegant at the top, and then you've got the slums down below, and at the very top are literal fat cats that run everything. I could guess... I can guess what this city's plotline's going to be about. I think it might have some socialist leanings, maybe. This shit's insane. I have no idea what this is. That's Thancred.
This town certainly has changed.
Oh yeah, this is the Gunbreaker class reveal. Yeah, this is a class called Gunbreaker you can play. You use guns.
I'm not going anywhere. I promise you, Minfilia.
That fucking reveal. I don't even know, dude. I don't even fucking know. I don't even know. I'll find out. This is the reveal of the new race, the bunny girls. It's a good game. It's a good game.
This tragedy, greater even than the seventh umbral calamity,
Okay, maybe I'll play
must
FF14.
be undone.
You watch this spoilery ass shit and that's what you decide? Well, samurai.
If history must be unwritten, let it be unwritten.
class I'll be playing in Shadowbringers, obviously.
Become the warrior of darkness.
I don't know what that entails. Shadowbringers. I'm excited. I've got a lot of work I've got to do before I can start it, because I've got to level some other classes so I can do the role quests and get the full story. So a Dragoon, well, I played Dragoon. I already leveled Dragoon quite a bit, and I'm currently playing Ninja. I played Ninja through Stormblood. Dragoon, I did Lancer and then a bit of Dragoon through A Realm Reborn, Dragoon through all of Heaven's Word, then leveled Ninja all the way up to 6 or 50, and then played that through Stormblood. And yeah, pretty pog. I gotta level the rest up to 70. Just killed Ifrit for the first time? Wow, you spoiled the shit out of yourself by not leaving the stream for that. Holy hell. Just watched the FNAF movie. I loved it, but no spoilers, though. Okay, I'm gonna spoil one very extremely minor scene from the FNAF movie for you guys. I've not seen the movie. I've seen this one scene. It's a very, very brief. I've not seen this movie yet. I don't know if I will see the movie.
Welcome to Sparky's. Could I set you folks up with some appetizers?
We are not eating.
Well, that's no fun. You do realize that lunch is the most important meal of the day.
Thought it was breakfast.
Some people say that, but you know, it's just a theory.
Are you being paid by...
Dude, that was the Avengers Endgame portal scene moment of this movie. I saw people in the comments unironically posting about how this was the one scene in the movie that made people lose their shit in the theater. It was a meh movie. I heard it was shit. I heard it was shit. That's unfortunate. I really hope Markiplier's Iron Lung movie is good. I really do. There's not much to work on with like the original source material besides a really cool fundamental basic premise. It's going to rely a lot heavily on original material being created for the story. I think he's working with the original creator of the game and whatnot, but I don't know. We'll see. It may end up being really good. It could end up being bad or just kind of meh. I really want there to be a renaissance of really good... What's the word for it? Really good internet-based media, right? Like, we're kind of in a really good place for that right now, but it could be better, you know? Like, we're seeing, like, as much as I don't really care for FNAF, the fact that something that just 8 years ago in my childhood was a indie game series that was known among no one outside of my generation, pretty much, and was basically just this, like, phenomena that was consigned to the internet for the most part, and now it's premiering in theaters as a movie. And now we've got YouTubers premiering movies in theaters, like Markiplier, and it's just interesting. I'm curious to see how far it's going to go, and if it's going to lead to some really interesting, new, innovative art becoming popular. I think, like, as well as video game-based media is the same. The Witcher show has kind of had a pretty bad turn of luck, obviously, with losing its main actor. So that show's probably not long for this world. But outside of that, Arcane is a video game-based show that is now fully canon. Riot has now canonized it and has now made it so everything League-related is one unified canon, which means that you'll be able to enjoy like that franchise and its backstory through a TV show that's like extremely critically acclaimed. And they're already like, it's been for a while, they've been working on season 2. So it's pretty good time. It's a pretty good time. The Sonic movies, for as much as I'm not the biggest Sonic fan, are pretty good. They're well received and well made with like a fair amount of heart in them, I would say. Video game based movies. The Castlevania Netflix series is pretty good from what I've seen. I still need to watch that with Balth. So that's I want to watch it in person with Balthazar, but it's one of Balthazar's favorite shows. So I'll be watching that with Balth in person, probably in Canada, in Canada. The Last of Us show has been massively culturally impactful. I have a feeling a lot of the positive impact of it is going to end when season 2 comes out, though, because the same reason as The Last of Us 2. I think like the right is going to heavily wage the culture war as hard as they can against the show when season 2 comes out, for the same reason as The Last of Us 2 had like its cultural footprint online kind of scuffed despite its massive sales and success. Zan, the voice actor for Benny from FNV, just died. Benny from FNV? Well, I don't know what that is, but I'm sorry. That sucks. Oh, Fallout New Vegas. Oh, Benny. Oh, Fallout New Vegas. Okay, that sucks. Aw. Matt Perry died. Yeah, he's a really popular voice actor, though it's a little goofy in Fallout New Vegas because old video game shit, you know? That's so sad. Was it COVID? Was it COVID? Was it COVID? Was it COVID? Drowning. Could have been COVID, to be fair. Drowned? He drowned? He's a young-looking guy, too. How do you drown? How do you... Dog, Maybe it's because he drowned in his pool, probably due to being high. Guy had a massive drug problem. Maybe it must have been opiates, I guess? Fuck. I could never imagine dying via drowning. Like, I'm pretty skinny, and I can even float. I just have to make sure my head stays above the water so that, like... Because, like, if I exhale all the way, I'll start sinking. So I've got to, like, my way of floating is I kind of jut my face up out of the water when I'm laying back on my stomach. And I, like, take the deepest inward breath as I can. And then I exhale as quickly as possible and then inhale again as quickly as possible. And hold it like that for as long as I can until I need to exhale and inhale again really fast. Because I'll very quickly start sinking again. But I'll float for a while. And I can you know, gather my breath and my strength for treading more water. It's hard to control your breathing when you're nodding off on opiates. Don't ask me how I know. I've never done opiates, but, well... Okay, I got my wisdom teeth out, and they prescribed me Vicodin, and, yeah. I guess. I could imagine a lot of that would make you very loopy. Interesting, though. Thank you for the lore. Thank you, thank you. Here, time to read some donos really fast, and then I think it's about time for us to get into segments. It feels like it's early for us to just start off with the segments, but it's been 26 minutes, so we've actually been going for a hot minute. Pepper T21, hot damn, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. That is so kind of you. Thank you for the 25 bucks. And those gifted subs went out to Delancer, Bluestone, Not the Hero, _Chris_, and Silver Sneasels. I hope they all appreciate the gifted tier 1 subs. Oh, I love this video. This lives in my head rent-free. Thank you so much, Pepper T21. I appreciate it. It's so sad that this music video has lost so much cultural impact because Twitter is now X. And also, the cultural lean of Twitter now is more Nazi and far-right than anything else now. But this is a banger. Get ready for a banger if you haven't already seen it.
Everybody here agrees that what you said was just dead wrong. I'm begging on my hands and knees, but baby, you're so headstrong. You're so headstrong. Do you always have to double down when in the end you're only looking like a clown? Delete this tweet. How can it just accept it? Delete this tweet. Never happened. Wrap it up nice and neat. Delete this tweet. Is it my mentality or merely just reality that what you said is factually wrong? Baby, we're the trash bins, and we know when we see trash. Baby, we're the trash bins. Baby, what you said and truth just clash. Baby, we're the trash bins, and we just found our new stash. Baby, we're the trash bins.
Oh, the animator of this... Apparently, the animator of this is like the lead animator behind that new show everybody's watching, The Amazing Digital Circus. I have not seen it, by the way. The only thing I know of it is that it is A, very good, and looks like a very, like, well-made project with a lot of effort put into it, and we support indie projects and whatnot, and I'm sure I'll give it a look at some point. And the fact that the internet has done what the internet does to it. And there's a lot of memes about how, like, there's, like, 2 porn images of the show being made per hour or something like that. I believe that was the statistic. I'm sure it's gone up because it's now a meme to make porn of that show. But, yeah. Yeah, you know how the internet is, guys. It's just... welcome to the internet. Have you not seen the Bo Burnham, like, special and the song? Welcome to the internet? Do you not know the rules here?
Just this tweet. Oh, we aren't being too unfair. We're only telling you because we truly care. This Johnny's flying for the kill. It's not worth dying on this hill when what you said is factually wrong. Oh, we aren't being too unfair. We're only telling you because we truly care. This Johnny's flying for the kill. It's not worth dying on this hill when what you said is factually wrong.
God, what a banger. What a goddamn banger. Thank you for donating that, Cherry T21. For those that don't know what the name of that song is, it's Delete This Tweet. You can look it up yourself. Do not ask me for the link. JBZO2, thank you for the tier 2 sub, gifted to Carl the Carl. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you for the presumably $10. You could let me know if I'm wrong and it's more. Said, yo, Xanderhall, this is a new Metroid Vania. This is a new Metroid Vania on my Steam wishlist. I'd love to see this on your live stream, please. I've never played a Metroid game, I'm afraid. I'll take a look at the trailer. I've never played a Metroid game.
A new dawn is at hand. The secret has been snatched in the hands of the sordid.
No, Metroidvania, Zan, like Hollow Knight. I'm more... You are suggesting to me a realm of gaming I have not even touched, dude. Like, I don't think you understand how not even adjacent to this realm of gaming I am. Like, the names are a jumble to me. Metroid and Metroidvania are the same thing to me because that is how unadjacent to that, like, type of game I am. I'm sorry, I'm a zoomer, alright? I've put in, like, a minimum 10,000 hours into Minecraft. Well more, most likely. A minimum of 10,000 hours.
But one rises above all others.
Okay, this does look neat.
A blessed curse. The sweetness of
Not really my thing, though. Like, I respect it, and it looks cool, but it's not for me, you know? Does that make sense?
Only the inevitable can befall them now. Death.
I know that it's definitely up a lot of people's alley, and it looks well made. Certainly not talking shit. I'm just saying this particular genre of game is not... It's not exactly my you know, my thing. But thank you for the recommendation, JBZO2, and I'm sure people in chat who saw the trailer will be interested in the game and they'll check it out. Thank you so much. And Pepper T21, thank you for the 5 Tier 1 gifted subs. That is an additional and extremely kind $25. Thank you. Tier 1 subs gifted to Mistralta, Default X, That Thing in Unit B, Cleaver 120, and Summerstar. Thank you all so much. Well, not thank you all, but I hope you all appreciate it, and thank you to Pepper T21. Said, Zan, you gonna cover how an autistic octopus got Greta Thunberg canceled? Also, my Blue Sky is doing numbers. Got 56 followers since I started 19 days ago. Hot damn, my Blue Sky is dead AF. I don't really post on there, though, to be fair, you know, but you should still follow me on there so that I have a reason to. That said, though, yeah, I heard about that, but it seemed like it was mostly a nothing burger. I don't think she got canceled that hard, though I will say, I do think it's time for me to do another segment, like in a day or two, about how insane the Israel support has gotten. I think I heard something. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I heard this from friends in a Discord call. So this may not be true. But if it is, holy fuck. I heard that Pornhub came out in massive support for Israel. And that Mia Khalifa, the famous ex-porn star, had, you know, come out in favor of, like, the human rights of Palestinians. And in response, Pornhub, as part of a publicity move, said that they're, like, donating all proceeds made from her porn on their site. Because remember, she signed some contract. Yeah, no, that's fake. Okay, good. All right. I heard it was on the boycott thing. Okay, it's fake. Okay, are we sure it's fake? I trust Balth to know, because Balth is a gooner. Far more of a gooner than I. My timeline on every social media site may be nothing but very pretty women, but I am not as much of a gooner as Balth. I'm glad that's fake. Yeah, Sophie, you were like watching a Mia Khalifa video earlier today. You don't want those proceeds donated to Israel by Pornhub. That'd be awful. Mia did make a statement. Okay, so that part's true. It's just the rest of it isn't true. Okay. Like I said, I heard it from somebody in a Discord call. That's why I took it with a big grain of salt. Confirmed fake. Okay. Xanderhall, I was not watching porn earlier. How dare you? Yes, you were. You know that I can see everything that goes on your internet connections, right, chat? I'm just kidding. No, I can't. I was going to try to keep up the joke because I do actively have access to your IP from the site if I go into the back end, but that doesn't really give me anything other than, like, a region that you live in at most. But the funny thing is it was just I laughed and I couldn't keep up the joke. Imagine if I could see all of your searches though. That'd go hard as fuck. I'd be like, Balthazar, what have you looked up lately? Okay, that's a lot of furry porn. That'd basically be how it'd go. That would be me, Zan? Oh. Oh, Saru. Oh, no. Oh, God. Keep an eye out for black bears for me, Zan? Wait, why? Why would I be looking out for black bears? I live in, Washington State. Don't I have the big, like, grizzly bears here? Are there grizzly bears in Washington State? I feel like there should be. Black bears are very unintimidating. I've scared them away by, like, trying to approach them to pet them before. I'm not even joking. Me and my mom and my stepdad, when I was about 12 years old, were riding, like, in the car through, like, a dirt road in a state park. And, we ended up, driving past this ditch. It was like a drainage ditch. And in the drainage ditch, you could see this black mass of fur. And it was, like, very quickly realized it's a black bear. Without consulting my mom or my stepdad or anything, because I knew what they'd say. They'd stop the car to see it. I took off my seatbelt. I unlocked the car door. I opened it. And I began approaching the black bear. Now, mind you, that sounds scary, but black bears, or at least the one I was approaching, was like the size of a large dog. But fatter, because it's a bear. It really wasn't intimidating in any way. Like, when you imagine a bear, you imagine something, like, scary and bigger than you. It was smaller than me. It maybe weighed more than me, but it was just, it was a smaller guy. It wasn't a baby by any means. Like, I'll see if I can find one the size of the one I saw. Florida black bear size. I'll show you. They're not really that big. Okay, they can get pretty fucking big based on what I'm seeing in these photos, to be fair. But the one I saw was about this big. That's a baby there. This is a normal-sized one. Like, not a really big one, not a really small one. That's a baby. But, like, it's obviously breeding and having kids, but it's not fully mature and massive yet. It was about this size, maybe a little smaller. I started approaching it very calmly because I wanted to try to pet it. I'm sure it could have still killed me, but it didn't look like it could have killed me. It looked cuddly and nice. And it looked at me and bolted so fucking fast. Oh my god, did it bolt quickly. They do not want anything to do with people. Black bears in particular want nothing to do with people. My mom was so mad that I chased a bear. Grizzlies are violent. I would not do that with a grizzly bear unless I was on camera. If I was on camera, that would either be an awesome way to die on camera, or if I survived, holy fuck, would it be cool to catch me surviving an encounter with a grizzly bear on camera. There you go. I'm shocked you lived to 23, Florida man. There are a lot of Florida men who have not died young, okay? When there's enough of us, it's like zerging, okay? The state may be extremely deadly, and we may be very crazy, but in some ways it affords you protection. Like, if you have, like, a Florida license plate, and you're driving around in another state, people do not road rage at you. They just don't. They don't fuck with you on the road. They don't road rage at you. They don't fuck around. When you go to other states, like far from Florida, like California in particular. In California, if they see you have a Florida license plate, they're scared of you on the road. They think you have a gun. And they're probably right. Jesus Christ, BC dude. Can't show that. What I will show is an amazing video, one of my favorite videos in the entire internet, and it is required watching. It's called Horse Kicks a Tree, Farts on Dog, and Runs Away. Truly one of the best videos to ever grace the internet. I know, you guys are gonna do the Vosh memes, but unironically, that aside, this is one of the best videos to ever go on the internet. It's called Horse Kicks Tree, Farts on Dogs, Then Runs Away. 24 seconds long, let's watch. Pick the tree. Farts. And runs away. Now that's a good title and a good video. No clickbait, straight to the point. Animals are weird. Yeah, no, horses are literally all autistic. You know that, right? Like, I'm pretty sure scientists have literally proved it, but like, all horses are autistic. It's like, you gotta be like, you gotta treat them well. Really? Kind of. Sorta. It's a way of putting it. It's not entirely inaccurate. That explains a lot. Yeah. No, don't give the autistic horse girls validation. Do the horse girls say that they are horses, or are they not just really into horses? Because I was under the impression horse girls are the girls that are super into horses, and like riding horses and taking care of horses and like horse shows and stuff. They are crazy. Horse girls are fucking crazy. That is true. Just joined in. First sentence I heard was, I'm pretty sure it's scientifically proven that all horses are autistic. Amazing. I've got the best memes, guys. People give me shit, and they say I'm not funny, but I'd say I'm pretty funny, because I don't even try to be funny. I just say I just say whatever comes to mind. I speak from the heart. And sometimes it makes no sense, but it's still funny. At least it is to me, and that's all that matters. If I'm having a good time, then you're having a good time. Alright, let me get the first segmento of the day ready, okay?
I think it looks very...
Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. I'm gonna start this segment with a seemingly not out of context, but off-topic story. A little teleportation back in time for just a moment. A long ways back in time. Back to when I was but a little lad in middle school. Maybe 11 years old, 12 years old at the oldest. When I was coming home from 6th grade, and there were two things that I loved most as far as media consumption. Minecraft and Adventure Time. And like other Cartoon Network era cartoons like Regular Show and whatnot. And because of that, I found myself watching a lot of content on YouTube about those two things. And when it came to cartoon content back then, it's not like today where there's tons of really good cartoon channels where it's like, you've got, Roundtable, you've got, why am I blanking right now? Sarcastic Chorus, you've got, I'm blanking on names right now, but like I recognize them immediately and like watch them when I see the videos come up in my recommended. Saberspark, yeah, I think Saberspark is pretty good, and DJ Reaper's Skier just kind of spoiled the whole story. But back then, the biggest and most like enjoyable and, to my opinion, funniest content creator within that sphere was Rebel Taxi, aka Pan Pizza. Now, I loved watching his content. I got into him because of his coverage of Adventure Time stuff, but then I watched his other content, really enjoyed it. He's funny as fuck. Here's the thing, though. Fast forward many years, and I still, in that time, occasionally watch his content, right? Fast forward many years, my editor, Cherry, has kind of built a circle of friends on Twitter. And I often see Cherry interacting with those people, and because I see Cherry interacting with those people, I know they're cool. I know they're chill, and so I follow them, and we become mutuals, and we're cool. It's, you know, Cherry's pretty good at, like knowing someone's cool with Cherry is a good way of me knowing they're gonna be cool, you know? And it's nice. So, a particular person, who I'll name in a moment, starts talking to Cherry, and they become friends. And it's like all well and good, and I see a tweet from them about Rebel Taxi. I reply like, "Oh yeah, are you a Rebel Taxi fan too?" Like, yeah, I liked his I've loved his content for a really long time. And I don't see the reply that I get to that message, but Cherry messages me and it's like, "Hey, can I call you?" I'm like, "Okay, sure." And Cherry says, "You know that person that you replied to on Twitter? You know that's Rebel Taxi's partner, right?" Mind you, I've been talking to this person in a group chat for, like, months at this point, quite regularly, as, like, part of the group chat, and I was like, what? Excuse me? Huh? I was quite mind-blown by that. It was quite the surprise to know somebody for, like, several months, and to be friends with them, and then to find out that whole time they were friends with one of your favorite, like, childhood YouTubers. Or not friends, in a relationship with one of your favorite childhood YouTubers. That is quite the feeling, for sure. Regardless, though, the person in question goes by Neon Caffeine online, and he's a trans man who makes mostly content around animation. He does a lot of art and animation stuff online. And also posts pretty cool stuff on Blue Sky and Twitter. Obviously, I'm not on Twitter anymore, so I mostly just see their stuff on Blue Sky. But I figured this would be a good opportunity to give them a shout-out, because just about a week ago, they put out a video. Neon Caffeine put out a video that has gone pretty viral. 100,000 views in a week is pretty damn good. It's better than my channel does, especially when you, like, do the proportional sub count. And it is about the new anti-woke Bluey knockoff by the Daily Wire called Chip Chilla. Now, the thing is, I have not seen Bluey, and I have not seen this Chip Chilla show. Which means there's very little political commentary that I can give on it. The thing is, though, I've got a friend who's done a video that breaks down a comparison between Bluey and this Chip Chilla show, but it is not a political channel, explicitly. I'm sure there'll be some political arguments here, but no explicit, like, probably not, like, most of it, right? It's mostly going to be critique of the animation and how much of a cash grab it is, I imagine. I haven't seen the video yet, obviously. So what I assume is he'll be doing the animation critique and the informing of, like, the context needed to understand the comparisons of the show, and I'll be able to provide the political commentary. I believe I've got permission to watch this, considering Cherry's the one Cherry's the one that recommended I cover this on stream, and Cherry talks to Neon Caffeine more than I do. So, yeah. With that in mind, let's check out this video, because I'm genuinely really curious to find out what the deal is with this, like, soulless Daily Wire ripoff. Here is a link. Loved all trans men out there. Oh yeah, I'm stoned right now, so I've got no short-term memory, so I don't know if I mentioned it before, but Neon Caffeine is a trans man, yeah. Pretty based, pretty pog. Pretty epic. We support our epic trans content creator friends, because that's based, and it's a good thing to do. Also, from what I've seen, his content's pretty good, so let's watch it. Alright, here we go. The anti-woke Bluey knockoff. I've never seen Bluey. Okay, final thing. Final background lore thing. The Fiona and Cake show had a character in it named Orbo, who everybody was freaking out because he was voiced by the same guy who voiced the dad in Bluey. And I was like, holy shit, you guys all watched that Australian cartoon. Okay. All right. I mean, I haven't seen it, so I won't judge you, but okay. That's just surprising, I suppose. Anyway, let's watch the video.
I think it looks very similar. I think it's outrageous, and if I was Bluey, I'd go and sue them.
An American TV show is being accused of ripping off Brisbane's runaway hit Bluey. Chip Chiller tells the story of a family of...
It's getting tons of attention in Australia, and negatively. Oh, that's interesting. Australia's not happy about this. You mean Queensland cartoon? Queensland!
rodents. As you'll
I'd
see,
do my best
there are
one.
striking similarities between these copy rats and our favorite healers.
Good morning, Tradwife Nation. As a chinchilla owner, I feel legally obligated to watch this god-awful children's cartoon.
Chinchilla.
Before I get into the show, I need to explain the reason it exists and who's behind it. Earlier this month, the Daily Wire launched a streaming service called BentKey. I'd rather bend a key than bend my dick. It allegedly dropped on Disney's 100th anniversary because they hate Disney for, not supporting the Don't Say Gay bill. Yeah.
Well, there's a little more behind it than that. I feel like this is going to be awesome because Neon Caffeine is based politically, but is not like terminally fucking steeped in politics to the extent that I and many of my like audience are. And so this is perfect for me to understand what the fuck the deal is with this chinchilla show and, you know, some context to it. And then also being able to give the political commentary. So the truth is that Disney, as a company, has the state of Florida by the balls. Due to contracts and legal agreements that have been codified over 100 years ago, if I'm not incorrect here, there's like Disney all but owns the land in Florida like it's a country. The amount of power and industry and wealth Disney pumps. Disney is Florida. 50 years ago, my bad. Disney is Florida. It just is. Disney is Florida. It's more like a city. Okay, thank you. They have an extreme amount of power within the land that they control. They've got like private police and stuff like that for starters. But not only that, they have very powerful political influence, and that a lot of people like being in Florida due to the fact that tourism is a huge part of the industry. When you go and you talk to people, I've noticed this, mainly since I moved out of Florida. When you go and you talk to people who live outside of Florida, they all want to move to Florida and get a job involved in tourism there. Whether it be involved, like, something at like a water park, at Disney, or like just something involving tourism. And Disney brings all the tourism. More than people go to Florida for the beaches, more than people go to Florida for the natural beauty or the food or any other thing you can do there, hunting or whatever, people go to Florida to go to Disney and Universal and so on, but primarily Disney. Brings a lot of money to Florida. There are countless reasons why the right now is so hell-bent on trying to destroy Disney. So much so they're trying to take away traffic from their kids' programming to try to like weaken the company's finances and siphon more towards the right. Yeah, and Busch Gardens is pretty nice. I like Busch Gardens. I've been to Busch Gardens probably 100 times. But yeah, the amusement parks bring the most tourism, I would say. I'm pretty sure, like, I've seen statistics that say that it's the amusement parks that bring more tourism than even, like, the natural habitats, which in large part is why so many Republican Florida government people have not really cared as much about preserving the springs. They've sold them off to companies that bottle the water and sell it and destroy it, destroy the rivers and the springs that feed them. It's a really wide spanning problem, but a lot of it just spans back to Disney has Florida by the balls. Disney is pretty progressive in their public messaging, and they do not want Florida to become a hostile state to a large demographic of people that will not visit their theme park and will see their brand as bad for having a theme park in the state that is hostile to them. So, yeah, there's a lot of reason to it. It's a lot of background.
Streaming platform was literally created to be like anti-woke Disney or whatever. In an ironic twist, conservatives are actually the ones who want to indoctrinate children. Actually, let's be real. Is that really a twist? So how is this show a Bluey ripoff exactly? I want to state that the writing isn't even remotely comparable, then the themes are not the same, the characters are not the same.
So the thing that the right has been doing for quite some time now as their main big gotcha against the left is to accuse the left just incessantly of doing a thing, and then eventually just whether or not the left is actually doing it, and then eventually start doing it themselves with the justification of, well, if the left is doing it, we have to do it to combat them. So their justification for their streaming services, all those years of the left indoctrinating kids with all this woke media, means that, you know, they threw the first stone. We're putting this out to balance the scales, is essentially their forward-facing argument. We all know it's not what they actually believe, but it's what they say.
Show a Bluey ripoff exactly. I want to state that the writing isn't even remotely comparable, then the themes are not the same, the characters are not the same. The issue mostly lies within the art and music styles, and in fact Chipchilla used to have an entirely different art style before Bluey became super popular. Once Daily Wire saw Bluey's success, they redesigned the character models to look more like Bluey, and
dude, I thought there was a chance it was just coincidence-ish. Like, maybe they were just going for a generalized design that approximates a lot of popular kids' cartoons. Like, maybe they put it into AI, like popular kids' cartoon character, they put into like an AI generator and got this design format to work off of. But this is blatant that they're trying to copy the Bluey art style. And the sad thing is, all they would have to do to make this blow up is put it up for free on YouTube. If their goal was simply indoctrination of kids, they could put it up for free on YouTube and it would blow up like Cocomelon shit, right? The problem is that won't make any money because you can't run ads on for kids content videos on YouTube. And so they put this behind a subscription streaming service, which means this content will never really be exposed to any kids other than those who have parents that are already indoctrinating them into conservatism to begin with as part of their upbringing. Like, yes, there are going to be kids that are going to be, like, watching this shit, but those are going to be kids who have parents that are subbed to the Daily Wire, you know? Like, I don't think this is going to corrupt the mind of a generation or anything like that, or anything close to that.
And honestly, they look a lot worse. That's pretty brazen of them. Speaking of brazen, that's actually the name of their animation team. I was pretty surprised to see that Brazen did the work on this crappy film school-esque project, given they've done super successful projects in the past, such as Fortnite and Crash Bandicoot. I mean, look at this koi pond. The water is not moving. The koi are going to die. The chinchillas are animal abusers. The backgrounds and characters are not nearly as nice or iconic as those in Bluey, despite the desperate attempt to emulate the hit show's style. So now you know why the show exists, but who is behind it? Oh, of course, Mr.
Jeremy, okay, so the crazy thing about the Daily Wire is that all the people involved are failed media figures from a different aspect of the media sphere besides politics. Jeremy Boring is a failed filmmaker. He started the Daily Wire. He's like the co-host of it. And the Daily Wire's recent turn into making like movies and like theatrical productions that don't really go theatrical is because the guy who runs things always wanted to be a movie director but failed at that. Or sorry, screenwriter. I apologize. Shapiro is the failed director. So Boring is a failed screenwriter. That's why he's trying to turn this whole conservative grift with Daily Wire into a successful screenwriting career, and the same goes for Ben Shapiro with his failed director career, which he then turned into a successful conservative grift career, which he is now trying to turn once again into a successful directing career. The same goes for Michael Knowles, who there is a video of back when he did, like, when he was in acting school, when he did a gay sex scene in a student film. I am currently Googling Michael Knowles gay sex scene and clicking on images. Wish me luck. Alright. Here you go. Here's Michael Knowles in the student film he did where he does a gay sex scene. And it's actually, like, quite drawn out and quite hilarious to watch considering the future he ends up having. And yeah, there's contact and stuff. They're in that bed together in their underwear, and it's something. It's certainly something to witness. Anyway, that aside, you've also got what's her name? Brett Cooper, who is also a failed actress who got involved with Daily Wire. I believe Matt Walsh was a failed author who got involved with he was a failed radio host, my bad, because the diaper, like, wrestling thing he would do as, like, the radio host. Anyway, all of them failed and fell out of, like, mainstream media in some way or the other, resorted to doing conservative grift content, and are now trying to use that audience they've built to like, work their way and infiltrate their way back into the mainstream, like, media sphere. Oh yes, I've seen that Bisudu.
Hypothetically speaking, himself. Along with Shapiro, we have other incredible people working on this project, such as Rob Schneider and Matt Walsh. What an incredible cast. I definitely trust all of these people around children.
Girls between the ages of, like, 17 and 24 is when they're technically most fertile.
Play
the show
this
itself
clip.
Isn't outright telling you to commit a hate crime or anything like that, but it is clearly showing an idealized traditional lifestyle. It's a show about conservative values, but it's really so neutral. Where's the conservative episodes about strong national defense, free market economy, limited social welfare programs? The show follows a family of 5 chinchillas who homeschool.
Well, because depending on the situation, conservative means, like, conservatism and the conservative lifestyle means something different depending on what conservative you talk to and what audience they're talking to. If they just want to talk to, like, a very neutral audience that isn't already, hasn't drunk a lot of the Kool-Aid, conservatism is just like, we care about trying to make it so as many Americans as possible are living that traditional family life, that traditional life where it's a husband and a wife and they got 2 kids and the white picket fence. We're trying to go back to that classic era of America. And we just like family values and strong men. And, like, they talk about very vague concepts that really on their face seem extremely agreeable, but it's all just a way of trying to soften the politics to a new audience before you really let the big red pills in,
Their kids, which is made so much worse with how insanely incompetent the parents are. Not to mention these guys literally never go outside. They walk across the street like once in one episode to go talk to Matt Walsh.
Here, I want to show you something.
Yeah, I'm sure these kids will grow up to be well-adjusted members of society. Definitely don't need any socialization or friends as a kid. All you need is that Sigma grind.
I like how this little, like, creature basically has, like, Stitch's face from Lilo and Stitch. It looks a lot like it, at least. They're not very inspired on this little creature's face. The ladybug dog. Don't question mark me. Yeah, it's like a mutilated Stitch. Yeah, very uncreative character design, if I do say so myself. Like, the thing you have to remember, though, is the kids who are going to watch this won't notice how bad it is. Like, think back to when you were a kid. You probably had, like, like when you would watch cartoons on, say, Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon, you definitely had shows you liked and shows you didn't like. I know I did, but it wasn't usually because you noticed any issues with the animation or whatever. When I was a little kid and it came out, I liked Fanboy and Chum Chum. I thought it was a bit annoying, but I'd watch it. I never noticed the animation being awful or anything like that. Nothing stood out to me as like cringe or awful. Right? Like Johnny Test, looking back today, a lot of people see it as ass. I watched that and enjoyed it because it was better than the other stuff that was on TV when I didn't have fucking cable. I'm talking when Johnny Test was on Warner Brothers, WB, that channel, because I didn't have cable. Or one of those boxes that let you like watch more channels than no cable that you have, but wasn't cable. So Johnny Test was one of the few cartoons I could actually watch on a Sunday morning. And yeah, it would be on a Sunday morning because that was when there would be cartoons on, when you didn't have cable. I grew up in that bizarre, like, transformative time between people don't have, like, I was able to experience the era of not having fucking cable and having to watch stuff on VHS to being on like a computer and having like all the entertainment in the world at my fingertips, all in a very short period of time in my childhood. It's very bizarre. Anyway, kind of off topic, but gives you a little background.
All you need is that Sigma grind. Despite being homeschooled, they're never learning math or anything, aside from like one science and one history lesson. Just stupid shit like how not to be scared of the pastel-covered My Little Pony-ass looking woods, or like, whatever the fuck is going on here. The characters are incredibly flat, even for a kid's show. They all have one personality trait, and that's entitlement. Although, you know what? That really is the average family who watches Daily Wire, so that actually checks out. One thing I will absolutely say is the show is kinda odd when it comes to female characters.
Jenny, hold my calls. I'm gonna walk and talk with these two.
Certainly, Chief. But what do I know? I'm just a secretary.
This dumb bitch just accepts that she's just a mere secretary and her life is of no value. I could slaughter her in the streets and she'd be the topic of a Netflix biopic. She also always wants her kids to do the most basic shit ever for her. Like, she loses her earrings and she's like, okay, you guys go find them. Not to mention, she has never...
Well, yeah, conservatives, like, that make... So, what I feel like is that overall, the messaging of the show is going to be vaguely conservative, but they don't really care about pushing a conservative message. It's more so that the show is going to be informed by the conservative opinions of the people who made it. And they're just making a kid's show. They don't really care about indoctrinating kids as much as I think they care about pulling an audience away from Disney+. Like, I'm pretty sure that's what their hope is, right? Is that people, like, parents will start subscribing to BentKey and unsubscribing from Disney+, and having their kids watch this instead, and it'll be a reliable source of income. This is more about creating a competitor to Disney than indoctrinating kids. That's the vibe. That's the vibe I'm getting.
Which means it took her 10 fucking minutes to lose that pair of earrings. No wonder she can't get promoted past secretary. The daughter Charla is also portrayed in an interesting way because, like, okay, so she has a few episodes that are, I think, supposed to be about her. And, like, I just want to go through them one by one because they are arguably the weirdest in the series. In one episode, it starts with her being afraid of the closet and the dad is talking about bravery, so you think, oh, she's gonna learn how to face her fears, right? Well, no. They set up a fantasy roleplay to try and help her become brave, but like 30 seconds in, Chip is like, fuck that noise, I'm out, and gets lost in the woods and has to face...
The art style unsettles me deeply. It's because it's very cheap. The animation as well is very bad, like you can tell. Like this is lower quality than the shittiest animations you'll see on TV these days. This is like low effort Flash tier. Like the backgrounds are really low quality. The characters are not very well designed. The animation isn't smooth. Like, I'm not much of an animation critic, but I mean, like, I have seen several indie animation projects on YouTube way better animated than this. I mean, compare this to Hell of a Boss or Hazbin Hotel's pilot. The animation is far better in those projects that are literally indie projects made for YouTube than this.
his fears. And when he returns, the mom is like, wow, our family is so brave.
You know why that logic is, right, by the way? That, like, adult animated shows get a lot higher of a budget just in general and have a lot more effort put into them in general than kids shows tend to, besides very few exceptions, and said exceptions becoming very well beloved. It's because a lot of people just assume that kids don't care about quality in the media they consume. They're too stupid to like, be able to notice it, or appreciate it, or respect its absence. And so a lot of kids media is just made to exist. You know, it's just made to be put out by, like, executives like this. And a lot of it these days especially does seem to just be, especially the younger the demographic is, tends to be, like, just absolute drivel. What are the odds they use some, like, outsourced studio to Korea or China or something? Almost certainly. Well, like, It depends. Like, a lot of studios do that, but it's for different parts of the process, right? Like, a lot of animation you watch, you'll hear it's outsourced to Korea or China, and you think, oh, so they did the animation in Korea or China. Usually what they do there is, like, that's an overstatement. Like, it's not the animation that's done, it's, like, the coloring. Or it'll be, like, the, like, what's the term? Like, cell shading? I don't know. Like, it'll be, like, a very simple part of the process that isn't necessarily inherent to the art itself, just something to speed it up or whatever. I know that I've seen a lot of animated shows get shit for that, and then you look into it and it turns out, like, oh no, it wasn't animated, like, out of in a studio. It was developed, like, it was completely animated in studio. It was just colored or shaded out of studio. Or compositing. Yeah, compositing is very commonly done outside of studio. Like, outsourced.
Here's the fucking lesson. The daughter never faced her fears. She isn't brave. She didn't do shit. Y'all just forgot about her. There was no character development. I guess the lesson was that women are stupid pussies and we need to focus on men and how awesome and red-pilled they are. Boys, 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 boys. Another episode that centers around her is one where she's being taught not to be a snitch. If she lived in Detroit, she'd be the victim of a drive-by shooting. She's encouraged by her parents to write a newspaper and learn to write about interesting stories, but instead she writes about shit like a guy picking his nose and Chip not putting his laundry away. When all is said and done, though, the paper still has more integrity than Fox News. She finally finds her story by reporting on the record toy donation in her town.
Wait, oh my god, is this supposed to be like a kid's version of, like, journalists that like, find out dirt on Republican politicians and publish it? I'm pretty sure that's what they were going for, like a very dumbed down kids version of, like, oh, an investigative journalist caught a Republican doing some scandalous shit. It's bad if you publish that. You don't want to be a snitch. That's bad. That's their business. Like, the journalists are bad. Don't trust them. They're awful. Yeah, like some, like, cancel culture narrative in a show that's meant for, like, what, 4-year-olds?
Record is a single fucking box that one kid brought. People are selfish. We live in a cruel world. The third is an episode where she becomes a power-hungry president.
A great leader knows when to give up power.
No comment. Another issue I got with this show is how incredibly stupid the parents are. These guys are a perfect example of why not everyone is qualified to homeschool their children. They destroy the house in every single episode, neglect their children by doing shit like refuse to...
Oh yeah, they did, the chinchillas are colored based on their gender. I did just notice that. You're right. The purple ones are girls and the blue ones are boys.
Fix the AC because they're too busy in the massage chair, and then they act like they're teaching the kids some lesson by doing that. You're not teaching shit, you're just lazy. The dad looks like he's about to ask me to get him a Pabst Blue Ribbon from the fridge and call me a slur if I'm not fast enough. Everyone in this show feels irresponsible, stupid, and entitled. I hate everyone here. There's no character development or anything. Before you say, well, Mango, you're watching a show that's for...
Well, a lot of it is also that conservatives look very, like, they look down heavily on children. A lot of our society's, like, negative opinions we have on kids come from conservatism. From, like, the subreddits that are all about, like, the people that make it their whole personality they'll never have kids and how much they hate kids. And they make posts about how, like, I hate when I go out in public and I have to see people's crotch goblins. Like, those people tend to be overwhelmingly conservative, which is ironic considering those people tend to be very, like, conservatives tend to be very pro, like, breeding or whatever, right? They're breeders. They're into breeding. And so it's weird that they all, like, the people on Reddit who are like, I hate these people's crotch goblins, tend to be right-leaning too. At the end of the day, it's that cruelty is a conservative value, and kindness is a leftist one, or at least a left-leaning value, I should say. And where you find people who just make cruelty a large part of their personality, you will typically find conservative beliefs in one way or the other. It will often lead them to conservatism. So in that way, like, I found that conservatives just fucking hate children. They really do. They despise kids. They'll weaponize kids and pretend they care about kids for political points on, like, an issue. But when it comes to their actual, you know, behavior and their beliefs around children, they despise them. Like, they do. They look down on them. They see them as, like, basically kids should be their slaves. Like, adult conservative parents should have 100% control over their children, even once they become adults. Obviously, I went over recently that horrific video of the cop who had stalked and found his adult daughter, who was 18 years old, who was out on a date with her boyfriend, who was black, and he didn't approve of that. And so he pulled them over and then arrested her and kidnapped her against her will, despite the fact they didn't break any laws and did nothing wrong. All of this caught on video. She's screaming and crying like, you can't do this. I'm 18, I'm an adult, and he's a cop. He just abuses his power as a cop to hunt her down, find out where she's at, and arrest her, which is what it was determined to be kidnapping. He was not punished. But yeah, like, conservative parents in particular want dominion over their kids, even beyond childhood, but particularly when they're children. And as a political, like, belief overall, they view children as their property.
5-year-olds. Trust me, I'm painfully aware of that. But I also want to point out that Bluey is also a kids show, and manages to have dynamic plots and characters. What makes Bluey such a beloved show is that it can teach lessons to both adults and kids, and delve into
the people who make Bluey don't hate children like conservatives do.
A bit deeper and more valuable concepts in a kid-friendly way. Chipchilla completely...
It's like, have you ever watched a movie or a TV show where you can just tell the creator hates women because the way that the women are written, the way they talk, and like you can just tell the director or the writer or just whoever is making the decisions behind everything with this, like, movie or show hates women. Like, it's that, but with kids when it comes to a lot of conservative media like that. Like Harry Potter. True.
He misses the mark with this. It's no less of corporate slop for children.
I actually think it's the reverse with Harry Potter. I think that when reading Harry Potter, it's more obvious that J.K. Rowling hates men. The way she writes Harry's inner monologue is downright, like, disorienting at times. Like, I was Harry's age as I read those books, particularly when Harry starts to become insufferable. And that was J.K. Rowling attempting to write, like, a realistic teenage boy who's going through the little, like, the shithead phase. But, like, when you're a teenage boy and you're a shithead, at no point generally are you thinking maliciously. Teenage boys may act like pieces of shit, but they aren't malicious. They aren't, like, evil beings trying to figure out the way to cause the most chaos and be the worst, like, people they can possibly be. They're generally just trying to do what makes them happy. It's just very selfish, and they aren't capable oftentimes of recognizing the consequences of just pursuing what makes them happy, and what's the most fun for them. And so when you read Harry Potter, or at least from what I remember of reading Harry Potter, I remember reading Harry's inner monologue around how when he'd be doing bad things, like very shitty things that are somewhat emblematic of, like, a teenage boy, and it would just be evil. his thought process would be cruel. Like, we'd hear Harry's thoughts, and he'd think a cruel comment about Hermione, or a cruel comment about his best friend Ron, or his appearance, or his behavior, or his fears. Like Harry in the books is cruel and manipulative and a dick down to his inner monologue. And it's a very clear signifier of how J.K. Rowling thinks men think. And it's a clear indication that J.K. Rowling hates men. So if you notice that tendency, basically it's the same thing for conservatives with kids in media that they make.
And Coco Melon. If I see someone get nostalgic for Chip Chiller or Coco Melon, I'm giving up. It's game over. I don't want to be here anymore. God, this generation is doomed. The lessons themselves aren't really that bad, but the way they go...
Well, Harry's not the narrator of Harry Potter. It's told from like a... Harry Potter is told from like a omniscient perspective. We even know the character's thoughts, besides Harry's. Like, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure we even hear Hermione, Ron, and other characters' thoughts. We have, like, I'm pretty certain, a completely omniscient view when you read Harry Potter of all the characters, what they're saying, what they're doing, and what they're thinking.
About teaching them are below mediocre and generally just portray adults as incompetent. I feel like this is going to end up breeding kids with authority issues who disrespect their teachers because they think all adults are stupid. This show has literally been out for 1 day as I'm posting this, and the reception has been less than good, especially from Australia. Pretty much.
I'm so glad that animation YouTube is ripping this shit apart. It's a big part of what will allow for the right to die off in this current era of cultural dominance they've experienced, the red pill stuff, and like the Daily Wire, what is a woman, transphobia stuff blowing up. Like, the big important thing is that normie mainstream YouTubers be dunking on right-wing products in some way, shape, or form, and that is what's happening here. What's the Saberspark quote? Is it worth stopping to read?
I feel like this is going to end up breeding kids with authority issues who disrespect their teachers because they think all adults are stupid. This show has literally been out for 1 day as I'm posting this, and the reception has been less than good.
An actual lesson in the show: put your toys away or your family will break them in retaliation. No, yeah, that's like unironically conservative. Yeah, no. Like, there was an entire YouTube series that parodied abusive conservative dads that destroy their kids' like items as punishment. It's called the Psycho series. It's one of the best ARGs on all of YouTube. Yeah, no, like, it's like a known thing that conservative parents see destroying their children's property and like just absolutely devastating their kids' minds and emotions by doing so as like a very enjoyable thing to do. Like, most conservative parents that post about disciplining their kids talk about how they enjoy doing it. They see it as like almost nostalgic. Like they've in some way compartmentalized their abusive upbringing into a nostalgic thing that they feel responsibility to instill the same experience in their kids. A lot of conservative parents think that way with spanking, with like belts and whatnot.
Especially from Australia. Pretty much everyone is unhappy that a crappy cartoon made by...
I was spanked with a belt growing up, and I recognize it as the abuse that it was and do not defend it by any means. There's a lot of people out there that don't want to admit or accept their parents were abusive because a ridiculous amount of parents have like hit their kids with a belt. Like the thing was, when I was a kid, and I will talk about this openly, there were many days when I was in elementary school where if I got that like bad mark on my agenda, on my like little card I bring home, because you have like the card thing, like it was basically a known thing, like a deal that was established, that I would come home to like a whooping with the belt. And the way it would work is I'd have to put my hands up on the wall and like face my back to my mom, and she would like have at it with the belt. And if I fell on the ground and like curled up in a ball, and I was like a little kid, like 7 or 8 years old, if I curled up in a ball and tried to defend myself or like put my arms up or turn like turn away or anything, she was going to keep swinging and the belt was going to hit where it hit. So I was like better off if I just stood and took it. but I never could because, like, fight or flight instinct, you know? And so, like, I usually end up getting quite a few pelts to the face or the arms or to the back and to the chest and whatnot. And that happened nights in a row. That would happen when I was in elementary school. To the face? Yes. Yeah. And this is not unusual. Getting hit with the belt and it hits where it hits if you, like, struggle is not an unusual experience for a lot of kids. And now my generation has grown up to adults, and there's this sort of struggle of, do you admit and do you call your parents abusive for doing this abusive thing by condemning this behavior being done to children now? And by extent, call your parents abusive and admit that you were abused? Or do you defend that behavior in order to keep yourself from having to admit you were abused or having to call your own parents abusers? Do you compartmentalize it? Do you say, yes, beating your kids is normal. It's, you know, we've been doing it for hundreds of years. It's discipline, right? That's a lot of how it's happened.
Ben Shapiro is attempting to ride off Bluey's coattails. I don't really see this show or the streaming service being successful, as neither are anything special. And honestly, the streaming service market is ridiculously oversaturated right now. And who is going to choose Daily Wire Plus over something like Netflix? If anyone watching this is thinking, ooh, me, I would do that, I want you to find the nearest bridge and contemplate your life choices. If you want
God damn, okay. This is good content. Any video that tells people, like, if you're a dumb fuck conservative, you should consider redacted, then hey, I'm on board. No, like, legitimately, I don't think this BentKey thing is going to be a success. I think it's going to be a big part of the Daily Wire's downfall. I think the Daily Wire is probably going to fall off big time in the coming years. I think Ben Shapiro is losing a lot of his steam. I think the fact that so many of these Daily Wire stooges like get popular off of IRL engagements, get confronted on their lies by people who know them eventually, and then have to quit doing them. Like Matt Walsh, after the Shark 300 thing, is now no longer doing IRL engagements. From what I've heard, Matt Walsh, because of him getting confronted at that recent event by Shark and someone else as well, I forget what their name is, but they also watch me. They got confronted by two lefties, or Matt Walsh got confronted by two lefties and is now not doing any more like IRL events. So that happened with Ben already. Alec Gunter, thank you. Yeah. That happened with Ben Shapiro already. And it's happened with countless other of these creators as well in the digital space too. Once they get blown out and stop being willing to actually defend their ideas against the lefties they claim are so weak and incapable of defending their positions, they start to fall off. They start to look weak. You can only make content exclusively meant to shit on the left and entertain people who already agree with your conservative ideology for so long. You have to be willing to really defend your positions eventually. And once they swear that off because they know they're going to get ambushed by people who will definitively call out their demonstrably provable lies, it's just a slow spiral down. The only person in that space of the Daily Wire that's growing right now is Brett Cooper. The problem with Ben Shapiro is that he is both Jewish and does not appeal to anti-Semites on the right, and the fact is he is legitimately smarter than his audience. Yeah, a lot of right, like, the fact that Ben Shapiro is Jewish is a massive turnoff for a lot of the right. And that is something that Ben has, honestly, more than ever lately, started to embrace and talk about, especially with the stuff going on with Israel and Palestine. And so, like, conservatives that could before kind of like ignore and look past the fact that Ben Shapiro is Jewish really can't now. He really leans into it these days. So the more anti-Semitic of his audience, meaning like most of them, are having a much harder time ignoring the fact that like they're listening to the words of a Jewish person, right? Like they're having a harder time fighting the anti-Semitism that flows through them.
Something to show your kids that's age appropriate, but also not complete brain mush? Put on Bluey. usually the type of person to look for redeeming qualities in media I dislike, but honestly, this cartoon and its service only exists as a fuck you to Disney for supporting gay rights. I think that's kind of a weird reason to make a cartoon. So yeah, I guess I can't really be asked this time because I really and truly did not find anything even remotely redeeming here. It's not even like the worst cartoon or anything, it's just really boring, really flat, unlikable, unwatchable, and disjointed. I would normally also say, hey, if you enjoy the show, no hate to you, but to be fair, if you're old enough to be writing a comment on this, you're probably not watching it anyways.
Yeah.
I want to give a shout out to some cartoons that are actually good to show your kids, because obviously you don't want to show them this one. You can show Bluey, obviously, you know, the show this is ripping off, but other few cartoons that I want to shout out are My Dad is a Bounty Hunter, which I see absolutely nobody talking about, but is absolutely fantastic. Shows a great family dynamic, delves into deeper topics while still being kid-friendly. Same with Mood Girl and Devil Dinosaur, and the art for that is absolutely incredible, and so is the music. It's just very, very...
See, there are inspired kids shows. It's just not from conservative, like, corporations that are just trying to pump out low-effort cash grabs who have writers that are, like, conservatives that despise children and write them to be, like, monsters. Like they think children are. You know? Like... there is still good stuff out there.
Attention grabbing while also being very, very good. And then of course the classics like Chowder, Flapjack, Adventure Time. There's a lot more.
I want to die at hearing those words. The classics, like shows I grew up with. Fuck. Shit. Fuck. Are those considered classic now? Are those considered classic cartoons? I like hardly consider Ed, Edd n Eddy to qualify as classic cartoon because it still feels so new, you know? Yeah? Let me see if I can find it. Cherry can cut out this pause. When he said that, this is how I felt. This is how I felt when he said that. Bruh. Bruh. Gah.
More stuff you could put on besides, you know, Chip Chilla. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I definitely found it to be an interesting topic that Ben Shapiro, of all people, decided to make a cartoon. So if you like this video, leave a like, subscribe with notifications on, and I will catch you on the flip side.
Based. Yes, go subscribe. Links will be down in the description below and in the pinned comment. And of course, I'll be posting a link to the channel. Here's a link to his channel in the chat as well. Go subscribe, go watch the video, and say that I sent you. He also breeds axolotls, so if you like axolotls and axolotl breeding, then you will no doubt enjoy his content too. So yeah. Thank you to Neon Caffeine for letting me react to his video and use it as sort of the basis for criticizing the Daily Wire's desperate attempt to try and create a new revenue source for itself while also attempting to try and dethrone Disney in the kids animation game. Like, of all people to wage that battle against, Disney? Really? This won't end well for them. Nice. How do you guys enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I love that nose itch. Keep it coming, nose. Oh, it is. It responded in kind. Like, yes, I will keep it coming. All right, let me get the next segment's links open.
Hey everyone.
Uh-oh, you guys got spoiled on what we're talking about. You guys heard Keffel. Yep. All right. Let me read some donos first. Yeah, it sounded like a Keffel. Zagafer, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $25 dues. Gifted to Spice X, Jelly B, I Flewhelmed, Xerox, and Trout440. I hope they appreciate the gifted subs. Said, I'm sick and my throat is raw. Let me kill some white names. Is your throat raw from sucking so much dick? Is that why your throat's raw? Are you sick? Did the dick make you sick? I'm sorry, Zagafer. You gave me a lot of money and I shouldn't be mean to you. I wish. Oh wait, I forgot. You're all gay. You would actually, you guys like those jokes. Anyway, yeah, I'm sorry it wasn't your throat being sore from dick. I wish it was that too for you, because it seems like that's what you'd prefer. Oh wait, hold on. You guys will appreciate this. I was in the car with Vosh, Vermin, Conyer, and one of their friends. I don't know if they want to be named on the internet. Friend from Australia is what I'll say. And they're all gay. And I was the only straight cis one in the car. Or at least having all those categories together. And I was sitting there and they were all talking about Grindr hookups and dick and shit like that. And I just like wait for a pause in their conversation after like 10 minutes of them talking about gay shit to say, you know, it's just now dawning on me. I'm the only straight person in this car. And they all laughed uproariously. And at that moment, I realized all my friends are gay, and I'm the token straight. Fuck. What can I contribute to a conversation about Grindr hookups, chat? Yeah, I'm literally the token straight cis guy. What do I do about this? This can't hold. This can't stand. Pufflecakes, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Necromingo. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $5 dues, and I hope Necromingo appreciates the gifted sub. Wait, who's Vermin? Vermin used to go by you would more likely know them by a different name that they went by in the chat. Hyena, yeah. They used to be Hyena in chat, but go by Vermin now. Online, so. That's the lore. Also, I got dead name. I don't think it's an internet username. Also, I got to meet the kitties. I got to meet Ruben. I got to meet the new kitty. Ruben is just the most brave little kitten I have ever met. When I entered the house, Artemy was the first to greet me, to be fair, but Ruben was on the stairs, ready to see me. He was just ready. He was just standing there, waiting, and he wasn't scared of me. He just let me pet him. He let me give him little belly rubs, and he let me pet him all over the place. All of Vash's cats are so friendly. It's crazy. They let you pet them all over. They don't bite. They don't scratch. At least not me. I'm not very good at picking up dogs or cats because I've always been freaked out I'll hurt them, so I've always avoided it. And I've never learned how to do it properly. And so Conyer was holding Artemy and was like, yeah, he doesn't care how you hold him. Here, hold him. And I was like, I don't really know how to, okay. And so I did my best to hold him, and Artemy did not like how I was holding him and immediately tried to squirm out of my arms. So I like did the squat down to the ground so he could jump out of my arms and do a very, very low fall. And he, like, jumped onto, like, a little box that broke his fall. So he was all good. It was, like, 1 foot. But I want to be gentle. Other people's pets are, like, 1,000,000 times more delicate than your own pet. You guys know what I mean. Why does he have such adorable cats? Well, as far as their friendliness, it's because they're treated well from, like, very young. The more hands-on and friendly you are with your cats, the more friendly they'll grow up to be, generally speaking. Oh, that's so sweet, JBZ. Anyway. Yeah, I got to meet the kitties. Also, the festival that we went to had the most Halloween vibes I've ever seen. Also, here's a picture of the baby cats. Here's the chicken and the Reuben. Schnurglin. Here's a picture of the kitties. I pet this little guy, and I also pet this little feller. This little baby. She's adorable. Little pigeon. And this was the vibe of the festival we went to. I've never been in a corn maze before, so this was quite the vibe. They'd set up like fog machines and fire pits all over, so there was just this thick layer of fog all over the place. So it was like maximum spooky Halloween vibes. They'd set up like haunted houses in the cornfields that you had to walk through corn mazes to get to. So it was pretty neat. It was pretty cool. It was the ultimate Halloween vibe. I've never been more into the festivities of Halloween. Oh, and okay, I have to tell this story, okay? I will not name them because I do not want their name to be associated with this story if they don't want it to be. But I have to tell this story like anonymously because it's so funny. So, we're arriving at this harvest festival. And our friend that's like visiting from Australia and Australia says, I hope there's clown girls here. I had like I wasn't really into the whole Clussy thing until last Halloween when there was a bunch of clown girls and it like started my clown fetish. And I was like, yeah, we laughed about it. It was funny, it was hilarious. We pull in, we park, like hours pass, and we decide to go to the first haunted house. We go through line, and the lady who is at the front, like the entrance to the haunted house, is this hot clown girl who's doing like an off-brand Harley Quinn thing. He immediately turns around, starts adjusting his collar, fixing his hair up and everything, like, oh shit. And as he says the words, I hope she doesn't know, or I hope she can't tell, I have a clown fetish. She materializes behind him. Within like less than a foot behind him, she materializes behind him as he says the words, my clown fetish. I was laughing hysterically. I could do nothing but laugh uncontrollably as she explained the rules of the haunted house to all of us in our group, like, in front of her. She's, you know, dressed as a clown, so it's quite appropriate. But I am there doubled over, trying to catch my breath from laughing so fucking hard at what I just witnessed. Oh, she heard. She heard and definitely didn't mind based on her attitude. Oh my god, it was so good. Clissy. I just straight up maniacally laughed. Yeah, it might have been the funniest, one of the funniest things I've ever experienced. It was on par with witnessing the Haas and Dylan confrontation in real life and how hard I was laughing in that room. You could probably hear me laughing on camera in that clip because I was laughing so hard at that hotel during the Haas infrared and Dylan confrontation. But yeah, I was laughing really, really fucking hard. I couldn't stop laughing as I was going through the haunted house. It, like, put me out of the, like, spooked out mood because I was so fucking out of breath from laughing. Did he riz? He did not riz, sadly. He did not riz. I'm not really into Clissy, but she was objectively quite hot. You know, like, it was a hot girl wearing clown makeup, dressed as, like, a sexy Harley Quinn knockoff clown. So, yeah, she was hot. She was meant to be hot. Anyway, Bisudu, thank you for the 5 Tier 1 gifted subs. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $25. Very kind of you. Very based. Gifted to Leyline Lost, The Death of Death, Scar Crow, Senko Toast, and Orson Zed. Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. Said, let me clown pill chat, please, and then a YouTube link. You're clown pilling here? What is this? What is this? Thank you for the $25, BC. I really appreciate it. What is this?
Are you gonna tie your shoe yet?
She didn't look far off from this. Just more skin showy.
Double knotted! Double knotted! Double knotted!
I think the thing about clown girls that like dudes are really into is how fucking weird they have to be to do this, right? Like, no matter how try-hard it is to be weird, a girl has to be kind of weird to do this, and guys just love weird girls. Like, dudes like girls that their parents wouldn't approve of. Like, that tends to be how it goes. Like, there's no girl that a guy would rather date more than a girl that his mom wouldn't approve of. You know? Like, unironically. I love a person who can make me laugh. My partner burst out laughing and he's still laughing. Over the story I told? That's great. Why the fuck was there a clown having a tantrum? I'm pretty sure it's like public nuisance content creation. Filthy Frank kinda popularized it. I'm a former weird girl. I think we should keep weird girls weird. Exactly. Weird girls must be weird. Keep them weird. Thank you for the gifted subs, though, BC. I appreciate it. All right. How'd I forget to loop the background music? What a fool I am! All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, everybody. We've got a continuation of the YouTube tanky vortex arc. You see, there's been this wave of edutainment, I should say, lefty content creators who started off and really blew up making very reasonable middle-of-the-road content as far as left-wing media goes, like, yes, here's how the right lies about things, here's how conservatives and Republicans do this or that, here's how the Democrats are, like, pretty subpar on a lot of issues, here's how people get radicalized, like, very popular lefty topics that are easy to blow up on, but then they've started to move into the, like, tanky sphere. Second Thought being the most notable example, obviously. Now, if you know anything about these edutainment YouTubers, even as Second Thought himself and a lot of the other figures that are, you know, in that sphere, they tend to post a lot on a platform you've probably heard of called Nebula. Nebula is an edutainment YouTube alternative that a lot of edutainment YouTubers go on, and many of the tanky edutainment channels that have moved from doing, like, good lefty content to, like, like, Soviet Union or pro-China or pro-authoritarianism content has, also existed on there. For example, one of the videos that I believe this was on Nebula, if I'm not mistaken. If not, it was on YouTube. This is an example of one of Second Thought's posts. We need to talk about, quote, authoritarianism. This is following a scree of him defending China's genocide of Uyghur Muslims, as well as other examples such as his outright defense of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Second Thought's a tanky, as are a lot of the figures he throws in with, right? Now here's the thing, though. Recently, Keffals did a big expose on Second Thought, taking down a lot of his tanky talking points, exposing his genocide denial and genocide support, I should say. All that good stuff. And shortly after, Second Thought's podcast called the Deprogram Podcast was banned off of Nebula, the podcast that Second Thought is on. Now, a lot of people right now, such as this person, are blaming it on Keffals.
So apparently Keffals pretty much had a hand in getting the deprogram podcast deplatformed off of Nebula, an educational video site. Remind me again how she isn't a fucking Fed?
Now, the interesting thing is that there's no evidence whatsoever that Keffals was responsible for this, other than Keffals covered Second Thought's tanky shit. These are all, of course, tankies that are, you know, calling out Keffals here, if it's not obvious. The thing is, though, there was one other person who called out Second Thought's video and videos and his tanky shit prior to and after Keffals. That's Ethan Klein. Quote tweeting that tweet I just showed you was Velvet Benoy, who said, "Did you miss when Ethan Klein showed the same clips on his platform that's like 100 times larger? Not that it's even relevant, because ST himself said that it was an internal Nebula thing. Stop pretending Clara is some kind of antichrist for global communism." Keffals replies, "Love to focus on the Tiesler," I can't say that, but she's trans, she can, instead of the massively popular YouTuber. This is obviously another example of, like, woke scolds specifically targeting those within the lefty community that are most vulnerable. Something I've talked about a lot, more so in the time when ContraPoints would get canceled for every single video she made because she hadn't yet, like, denounced Vosh. Now that she's denounced Vosh, though, she doesn't get shit from the woke scolds as much. Funny how that works. Anyway, that aside, basically, there's been this tendency for woke scolds to accuse people who make content on the left that they don't like of being all-powerful, overwhelmingly influential, having so much power over the, like, platforms, this or that, and they'll just outright make up allegations and accuse you of having played a part in someone's deplatforming when there's no evidence. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about making a reasonable assessment of other content creators. They just care about shit talking, right? And as of late, Keffals has been, like, one of the biggest people to shit on within this sphere for tankies. They really hate her. And, yeah. Xanderhall kind of doesn't know, so what do I do not know? What do I do not know? That's what Thought Slime did to you? Honestly, not too far off, yes. This has been a tendency for woke scolds for quite some time, to basically just make shit up, and to get enough tweets, like enough likes in their tweet going that they can create a rumor. People repeat the rumor as if it's truth. People that don't know better. And then once enough people that don't know better are repeating it, then it basically becomes the truth. Do you know how long people still said Xanderhall? Isn't that the guy with the sex cult? After that whole drama happened, after that was all debunked? Do you know how many years that would still happen? Like, there's tons of misinfo that I hear repeated from years ago about me that are, like, long debunked, like, bizarre dramas. Because the people who hear those rumors never think to, like, hear the debunking. They just run with it as if it's the truth. And that's what a lot of these types rely on. Keffels responded to the tweet as well, saying, "You can literally just make up anything you want about me and get a shitload of engagement because these people are allergic to doing research before making wild accusations. It's not that they're allergic to doing research, it's that they're willing to just lie because they hate you, and they know that the people that follow them that don't know they're a psychotic piece of shit, they just think of them as like another lefty account to follow, will take their word at face value." Here's the thing, though. Keffels just 2 days ago put out a video going over all of this, and I'm curious to hear what her thoughts are on it. Let's not delay any further. Let's check it out.
So this is going to be a bit of a weird video. So I'm streaming.
Her mic's a little weird. I don't know what the... I assume she's about to explain why, but we're gonna be dealing with some leftist audio here, it seems.
From my hotel room in Las Vegas where I went to TwitchCon. And unfortunately, the hotel Wi-Fi was so bad that all of the streams that I planned to do, I couldn't. And no matter how bad this trip has been...
One day, guys, I will go to TwitchCon or VidCon for the first time. I've just never been invited. Like, the way that it typically works with, like, streamers and content creators going to these events is they, like, get, another content creator they're friends with is like, "Hey, are you going to TwitchCon or VidCon? You want to meet up there?" And you, like, organize that stuff and you get tickets and all that. But I never, like, even know TwitchCon or VidCon is happening until it's happening and all my friends are posting, like, their photos and stuff on social media. I always end up being the, like, lonely Squidward meme every time these big conventions happen because I don't know they're happening till right when they happen. And none of my streamer or content creator friends, like, ask if I'm, like, gonna meet them there, if I'm gonna be there or anything. So I never know what's happening.
In terms of being able to make content while I was out here, what happened to me is nowhere near as bad as what is currently happening to Second Thought. So let's get into that.
Well, by the time I find out, it's happening. That's why I mean, like, it's too late.
So this was posted to the Deprogram Pod subreddit. If you're unfamiliar with the Deprogram Pod, that's a podcast hosted by Second Thought, Hakeem, and Yugopnik. So the post...
You should start being the one who asks. Yeah, but I don't, like, I don't follow Twitch, and, like, YouTube doesn't advertise it well enough that I ever know until it's, like, happening. Like, I would never know on my own. I always forget.
Post reads, Second Thought and First Thought just got silently removed from Nebula creator-owned streaming platform. This was because of a short remark he made on the Deprogram livestream last week. As someone who quite likes Nebula, this is fucking disgraceful, especially with some of the other content put on that platform. Nebula still hasn't put out a statement yet. So, it wasn't just Second Thought and First Thought. Deprogram also cut from Nebula. Second Thought cut from Nebula, First Thought cut from Nebula.
This is no doubt due to his very overt and public siding with Russia and defense of the invasion of Ukraine, and his accusations that Ukraine is an illegitimate state. That's probably why Nebula's doing this. Nebula's an edutainment platform, and they do seem to have pretty strict guidelines around misinfo, and to be pro-Russia, to be pro-China, to be pro those, like, invasions and genocides, you have to be willing to spread misinfo, something that Second Thought does on those topics quite frequently, and that breaks the TOS of Nebula. Like, if you're going to make content on the education platform, you better be making actually educational content and not state propaganda.
Or what people were saying in the comments. So
Nah, it's because of what he said about Israel. That wouldn't be surprising either.
Pop-Tart27 said, "What comment?" And the OP of the thread responded, he talked about Israel.
He casually supported and excused the massacre of Israelis. Ah, that'll do it too. That'll also do it. So just generally across the board, he's like pro-genocide. So he's like he's pro-Hamas, yeah.
Israelis being settlers and not having the right to be on Palestinian land, and that Hamas's cause was justified. To which another user responds, "So the truth." The response by Nebula so far has been to remove every single post asking for what happened here. So as you can see, what happened to First and Second Thought, post got removed by the moderators. And again, not sure what happened to Second Thought. If he's gone, I'm canceling my subscription. And the moderators are again removing the post.
Mao the Wizard was the name of that user. Imagine you're a Redditor. Your name is Mao the Wizard, and you're gonna unsub from Nebula, the like educational site, if the propaganda channel isn't reinstated.
Bring back Second Thought or lose my subscription. And once again, removed. So the context for all of this is that 9 days prior to this happening, someone posted on Nebula, Second Thought is openly stating that all Israelis are non-civilians, and thus their kidnapping and murder is justified. I expect a denunciation of this from Nebula, or I will be canceling my subscription. And let's just play the clip right now to show you what exactly was said. So this is a clip from the Deprogram Pod's live stream. The pod.
Oh, it's so fucking. It's so cringe. How many little cringe references can you notice in the background? Tanky podcasts and tanky, like, media tends to be very LARP.
Podcast hosted by Second Thought, Hakeem, and Nagopnik. And here's what Second Thought said on one of their most recent streams.
He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news? I don't care.
Yeah, the occupiers are not civilians. That is what it comes down to. Like, if imagine, if Germany, let's say Germany, to be non-controversial, invaded the United States, and they.
So right off the bat, they're saying that all Israelis are occupiers, and thus they simply do not care if they get taken hostage or if they get slaughtered. It's obviously a detestable.
Also, tons of people that are in Israel are not Israelis. Like, there are tons of American, British, etc. tourists that are, like, pro-Israel, particularly Christians. There are a lot of American Christians who go to Israel, like, as a yearly vacation, even. Like, it is not uncommon for the wealthy boomer Christian couple that like, lives down the street to go on their yearly week-long trip to Israel. Like, that's not uncommon at all. So, a lot of the people that are actively in Israel, like, presently there, are not even Israelis. They're, like, Americans and British citizens and, like, Canadians and what have you. They're, like, foreigners who are there, and yes, they support Israel, but they are bystanders. They are civilians by every measure. Just because they disagree with you does not make them combatants. That's the logic that the IDF is using to slaughter the civilians in Gaza.
Statement, and they don't make a clear distinction here between who is a settler, someone who is on the West Bank, displacing Palestinians, bulldozing their homes, and someone who simply was born and raised in Israel, who has never contributed to this conflict.
That too. Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home. And, everyone knows that's blatantly false. But they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze, like, your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers. And those are criminals. There are no civilians.
And again, remember that these comments were coming after the October 7th massacre committed.
I really hate when lefties use, like, legal terminology to describe moral wrongs. Like, these people are criminals. No. What they did isn't criminal because a crime is something that is determined by a governing body, and what governing whatever governing body is in power is based on which one is stronger. Like, it might makes right, especially when we're talking about, like, taking control of a region of the world and deciding who's in charge of what happens there. And Israel has the most firepower due to, U.S. backing, Canadian backing, British backing. And due to that, they have the most might. And they make the law. What is and isn't criminal is up for Israel to decide, because criminal is a legal term and what isn't legal is under the jurisdiction of that land, right? And they don't, like, it's not very much a war crime if the war crimes they're committing are not being held to account for in any way, shape, or form, right? On the side of Israel. So I really hate when lefties try to use terms like that, like as an insult, without any self-awareness, to make a moral, like, denigration of someone. Like, these people are criminals. What they're doing is criminal. And it's like, well, no, it's immoral, but it's completely legal because they're the ones who've made the laws and made the rules.
By Hamas. The people who were slaughtered.
Like, they're not even good at explaining how horrific the occupation of that land is, you know?
Were at a music festival. These were not settlers on the West Bank. These were not violent colonialists. These were mostly people who were just trying to enjoy themselves.
Civilians there in the illegal military occupation.
Yeah. So that's number one, very beautifully put. Number two, much more importantly, the track record of Palestinians has been 1,000 times better than that of the Israeli occupation, despite the fact that Israeli occupation does not need to brutalize. They already have all the power, but they still choose to do far worse. The worst that will happen to a person in Palestinian custody is that they're...
The only reason far worse hasn't happened to the Israelis is because the Israelis have the means to defend themselves against Hamas. Like, I don't, like, the Iron Dome isn't just a meme, you know that, right? Like, there's been countless missiles that have been, like, stopped by the Iron Dome for years and years and years and years at, like, day on day on day straight. Like, if there was not that system set in place, then countless Israeli civilians would have been bombed in the same way that right now Palestinian civilians are. Hamas is not a good organization. They're genocidal and awful, and they're not even good for Palestinians. They were blocking the roads to prevent Palestinians from evacuating from the airstrike areas that Israel designated, because more Palestinian deaths means more hate for Israel in Gaza and the West Bank, and more support for Hamas. More young men joining Hamas because their family died. To the IDF, that kind of thing. Hamas benefits from more dead Palestinians. They're not good. Hamas is not good.
They're going to be like auctioned off for a prisoner swap, which is the historic track record also.
So people were rightfully very upset by this clip. They did not need to downplay a massacre of civilians in order to make the point that they're trying to make. Obviously, the Israeli government, in conjunction with the IDF, have committed atrocities, but there's no reason for them to say that they simply do not care about the massacre of civilians or people being taken hostage. So here are some of the comments on that Reddit thread. E-Train 18...
It's because the same issues in someone's head and the same, like, fundamental personality and character flaws that lead people to Nazism lead people to tanky shit. It's the same, like, authoritarian longing that leads them there, whether it be to the far right or to the... I wouldn't even call it far left because of how much tanky stuff aligns with the far right, how much they even ally with the far right on certain issues, how much they help each other. So it's more so a perversion of left-wing values for the means of authoritarianism.
No, 4 said, hopefully this thread isn't taken down. Similar threads...
I mean, most of these people are Marxist-Leninists. And Marxist-Leninism was not developed by Marx, and it certainly wasn't developed by Lenin. It was developed by Stalin while he was in control of the USSR. It was used to justify his rule. Marxist-Leninism is literally just a made-up ideology developed by a dictator used to justify that dictator's rule that these people openly call themselves and say that you are dumber than them, I guess, if you don't agree with them and you don't realize the genius of Marxist-Leninism. You haven't read enough theory to understand why Marxist-Leninism is right, why this made-up bullshit that was developed by a dictator is like correct. These people are dog shit. These people are just dog shit. It's as simple as that.
Rest of this have previously been removed, and I believe that this is an important topic that should be discussed here. To which a user responds, it would be very telling if they choose to remove the thread without issuing some sort of statement stating how they would respond. And as we've seen already, their response was simply to delete all of the posts about this topic. Following up with this, someone writes, surely the contract creator signed with Nebula has some provision about getting kicked in cases of statements like this. Given the whole image of the platform is we're owned by ourselves, the creators, a weak link damages the reputation of the whole operation a tad. I've noticed content creators quietly disappearing off Nebula before, presumably due to other matters, so creators definitely can be dropped. To which a user responds, so settlers aren't criminals? Or are they just not settlers in Israel? Someone rebukes this by stating, these people weren't settlers though. Settlers is specifically a term for people who live in the West Bank and the Golan Heights. These people lived inside the pre-1967 borders. And even if they were gunning down kids in bomb shelters and calling parents to rape their daughters on the phone and then killing them isn't justified ever. By that same logic, that these people are settlers, so is everyone in North America. If a native...
By the way, tankies do not ascribe to the, like, idea of reformative justice. Well, if we're talking about, like, murderers and, like, drug addicts and, like, pretty much any demographic that if you're a lefty in America, it's popular to virtue signal your support for, then they are. But outside of that, they're very hateful. They're quite hateful. Like they don't care about restorative or rehabilitative justice. They are quite retributive. They're quite vengeful. They call for the deaths of YouTubers they don't like quite commonly. Like, I mean, how many times, hypers in chat, if you have seen a large tanky figure on Twitter get thousands of likes calling for the death of a popular lefty streamer simply because they disagree with them. Popular tanky figure named Bad Empanada is famous for rape threats and death threats to people that disagree with him. Like, these people are not well. The same problems that make people psychotic, mentally ill Nazis on 4chan and stuff, on those, like, dark, dingy message boards you don't really look at, that same thought process, those same mental problems and personality issues lead people to this tanky position. It leads them to that ideology every time they move to the what you would call left. They make a bit of progress towards the left, and they diverge into the tanky shit or the Nazgul shit. Because deep down, there's something fundamentally wrong that makes them attracted to this type of politics. It can be a variety of things. Sometimes it can just be the average experience that a lot of people in a certain age demographic tend to have. I've seen these tweets on Xanderhall streams when we're talking about tankies and showing their tweets. Oh yeah, like I've shown you plenty of tweets of tankies saying they want like Vosh executed and stuff like that. Plenty of tankies have said they want me executed. A lot of them say they want Keffels executed.
Native person came into your home and did this to your mom, would you be okay with it? Which, unfortunately, we know that a lot of people on the left would say yes to that statement. So the person who made that comment was actually a longtime listener of the Deprogram Pod, a member of Second Thought, Hakeem, and Yugopnik's audience. And an interesting thing about this...
Dude, I've been enjoying so much, like, rooting out the Hassan fans from my audience that are still remaining. They get really mad whenever I point out that he is a defender of genocides and of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And you'll get people who are like, okay, yes, he did do all those horrible things, but he walked it all back, so it's all better now. And it's like, nope. Nice try. Nice try. Enjoy the ban. Hassan's been defending China lately, too? Yeah, of course. He's basically consolidated the tanky audience quite solidly with his falling out with Ethan Klein. So he's probably going to be a lot more mask off with his tanky positions. But yeah, like, Hassan's been awful for a while now, like, in regards to who he associates with. He's associated with, like, very open tankies for quite some time, while actively refusing to collaborate with anybody that isn't in the tanky sphere or a massively clouded up lefty content creator. Like, he, for one, Vash's name banned in every part of his community. From his Reddit to his Discord to his chat, Vash's name is banned. So is Keffel's name banned. Mine would be if I was larger and more well-known in his sphere. That is a pretty clear indication of where they stand.
Is that in the...
Oh, now I'm weirded out that Jay Schlatt had Hassan in one of his videos. Well, Hassan's like a massive clout chaser. Like, Hassan, and like, his goal is to cement himself in as many clouded up streamer and content creator communities as possible, because he pulls their audience into his audience. It's how he got really big in the first place. He started it with, like, Destiny. He kind of pulled in Destiny's audience, and then from there, he got on, like, the big... Back in 2017, 2018, 2019, when Hassan was really blowing up, and when Destiny and him were really good friends and Hassan was leeching off of Destiny, back then, that was the not the podcast, the live panel show era. Like, the peak, like, the peak of the panel show era. 2017 he didn't stream, my bad. It was the peak of the panel show era, which meant Destiny and Hassan were, like, the two lefty streamers who were going on to these panel shows to debate conservatives together. And if you were, like, a progressive who liked what Destiny said, or a progressive who just wanted some form of left-wing voice on Twitch, you went to Hassan and Destiny. And then when Destiny, like, excised the lefties from his community, you had nowhere to go but Hassan if you were just a Twitch Andy. And because of that, Hassan was able to build a large base of just broad lefties and have, like, a massive stan culture. And then from there, he was able to start sort of injecting the tanky stuff and allowing the tanky stuff to sort of fester in his audience as he has. And it's gotten progressively worse and worse over the years, for sure. But yeah, he's always been a massive clout chaser. It's always been his main goal is to, like, ally himself with as many large figures as possible he can, like, siphon an audience off of and just go from there.
The Deprogram Pod subreddit, he said,
and by the way, I'm not confusing, like, normal, like, streamer coordinating and building connections with, like, clout chasing, by the way, in the case of Hassan. Like, Hassan is notoriously, among streamers I've met that know him, a clout chaser. It's like a running joke among people that have met him and know him that he's a clout chaser.
Hassan is the angles to Hakeem's marks. And I'm going to tell you why that's important by showing you a clip of what Hassan thinks about Second Thought.
What are your thoughts on Second Thought, good or bad? Probably my favorite YouTube channel. Of, like, ooh. I mean, I've been there. I've been there for Second Thought from the jump. I've been a fucking ride or die Second Thought fan. I think he does an incredible job of Glazer. I mean, I got to go on the Deprogram podcast. You know what? I'm going to fucking DM them, and I'm going to set it up right now. Okay? I know. For so...
Hassan will only coordinate and, like, platform smaller content creators than him if they are tankies. If they're tankies and they will bring that sort of, like, normalization of tanky politics into his audience. Because, like, Hassan gets shit when he says tanky stuff. But if he brings someone in who's saying tanky stuff that he just doesn't disagree with, there's a lot less onus that can be put on him directly. And so Hassan loves platforming tanky content creators. No matter how small they are.
We need to go on the Deprogram podcast.
So here's Hassan, the largest progressive live streamer on the online left, promoting Second Thought, saying he's been there from the beginning. He did eventually go on the Deprogram podcast. So not only that, but Second Thought himself has said back in 2020, the only way people are finding my video now is via Hassan, thanks Hassan, or Reddit. Without him streaming his reaction to my content, my channel would be in a bad spot.
For, like, the right-wing equivalent to this right now is, like, Asmongold. Asmongold right now is, like, the right-wing equivalent to Hassan. Asmongold's content is like 50-50 conservative culture war, like reacting to a chud anti-woke video and like sometimes disagreeing with how some things are worded, but overall agreeing with it, and then sending like a ton of subs to that random chud channel's like video and channel. And like the other half is like unreasonably unhinged, like finding any excuse to be negative gaming takes. Like every single gaming video is negative. Like, it's like, this game's bad, these devs need to be fired, this game's bad, these devs need to be fired, this game is dying, these devs need to be fired, this game's dying, this game's dying. If you look at Asmongold's stream and channel, I looked, he has not done anything involving him playing a video game in literal months and months and months. I scrolled for a while. He used to be one of my favorite streamers. And, he doesn't game anymore. He doesn't actually play games anymore. He reacts to chud videos and does like right-ish leaning political social commentary on like how games are going woke now. But he's like reacting to videos that are doing that. So he's not even just doing it on his own. And then the rest of it is like him complaining about WoW dying, him complaining about FF14 dying, him complaining about like the Blizzard dying, him complaining about like, it's just a list of popular games that he's played or hasn't played, and he just covers every negative thing he can about it. Like, if there's a Reddit post that's like shitting on a game, he will make an entire video out of that Reddit post to make the game, like, to make a point for how he can like stir up hatred for a game. He's basically become like a hate monger at this point for all things, whether it be politics or games, because he started out as a game content creator. It's become very impossible to enjoy his content anymore. Like, really. I think Asmongold is a very comparable to Hassan in that way, you know? I think they're basically like polar opposites, but they're opposites of the same coin.
He's basically saying that Hassan is the reason why Second Thought has the platform that he does and is able to spread such malicious ideas and misinformation.
Asmon does play games on Twitch. He just doesn't post it on YouTube. Oh, it's a shame. I looked on his Twitch. Maybe it's just on Zach Rar he's doing games. Maybe I'm wrong.
An important thing to know about Second Thought is that he is a Marxist-Leninist. He is a tanky, as evidenced by his multiple appearances at CPUSA conferences. The fact that he's also on a podcast with Hakeem, who himself is a staunch Marxist-Leninist. So here's Luna Oi, who herself, she is a hardliner for the Vietnamese government. She put out a video, how to spot a color revolution. And you can see in the comments, Second Thought is there. This is so important for people to understand. Great work. Now let's take a look at what spotting a color revolution looks like.
Oh, for those who don't know, and Keffels did a great video exposing this, Luna Oi's family are literally high up members of the government of Vietnam. They're like her dad or her uncle or something, high-ranking like official of the Vietnamese government, and she claimed that like every Vietnamese person who lives in rural areas gets a free like 10 by 10 yard rice paddy patch of like arable land that you can do, like you can grow rice on. And that would be theoretically fucking amazing, that you would just get free land and like the starter that you would need to like get a rice patch going, because rice can feed you and your family quite efficiently and quite sustainably. Thing is though, that's not a thing. That program that she claimed was a thing, like of the amazing socialist Vietnam, not a thing, not real, just not actually a real thing at all in any way, shape, or form. It is a propaganda point, and the only reason that she had that is because she's like her family's in the government. So she's unironically like the Vietnamese government equivalent of like a government op. And the funny thing as well is Vietnamese lefty Twitter and the Vietnamese lefty internet hates her, because they know, like, because they live in Vietnam or have lived in Vietnam, they know that everything she's saying is a lie. The problem is all the comments and all the posts about it are in Vietnamese. So you have to either like know Vietnamese to be able to read them and know that they're saying she's full of shit, and just know that they're like literally hate comments about her that are not in a language you can understand, or put them into translate. So yeah, like actual Vietnamese leftists fucking hate her. And there are like like lists as long as like your arm of comments and Reddit posts all in Vietnamese, like definitively and meticulously breaking down the nonstop lies that Luna Oi tells about Vietnam.
According to Luna Oi. So number 3, color revolutions exaggerate social scandals to provoke people to protest. And it's important to point this out because in the cases of governments that are nominally socialist, like Vietnam and China, North Korea and Cuba, there are many protests. And usually when these protests get big enough, the term color revolution comes up in order to discredit the protesters and say that they are being funded by the United States government or some sort of other foreign interference. This was the rationale used several years ago by the Cuban government when they canceled the Havana Pride Parade, saying that there was foreign...
To put it in a little bit more simple terms for people who don't know, a color revolution is basically what leftists call any revolution or protest or attempt at civil rights change in countries that they like support, like tankies, they call it that. But the actual definition of a color revolution is a revolution that is spurred by and funded and supplied and supported by an external power, namely America, in a socialist nation to try and get the people to overthrow the socialist government or the attempt at a socialist government in order to destabilize it and make it impossible for effective real socialism to take place. Because if that happens, then it kind of hurts the overall like narrative that capitalism is the only working system. You can't let another system work somewhere else. So that's an actual color revolution, but tankies just call any form of like leftist criticism of a nation such as China, Russia, Vietnam, you know, you can go down the list, right? They call it a color revolution. Like these are anti-socialist dissidents trying to make things worse. They must be paid by foreign powers.
Foreign interference, and that they needed to make sure that it didn't happen in the first place. Agent provocateurs hold signs with vague slogans like democracy and freedom and provoke people to protest in order to interrupt regular activities like business or school. So first of all, in effective protest, these are the things that happen. In order to get people's attention, you need to grind.
Also, tankies are only like in favor of direct action and protesting in America. In countries that they bootlick for, if you're like an activist, you are a enemy of the state. And if you're an enemy of the state, you're not a real leftist to them. At least when it comes to those particular states.
And things to a halt. I think that any activist, including Luna Oi herself, would agree with this point. But the fact that they are equating terms like freedom and democracy immediately to foreign interference is very telling for the values that they believe in and what they are advocating for. In Second Thought's Discord, we finally found out exactly what happened because this is the only place an official statement has been made on why he, as well as the deprogram pod, were removed from Nebula. So one of his fans asks, how come First Thought releases this week aren't showing up on Nebula? To which he responds, First Thought, Second Thought, and the deprogram are no longer partnered with Nebula. It wasn't a good fit anymore. Is there a reason you and the boys can have shared about the split? Just asking since I liked watching the vids there, knowing y'all were getting a better cut compared to my ad blocker covered YouTube. To which Second Thought responds, we mutually decided it was time to part ways. Some Nebula creators wanted me to make a clarifying statement on my position regarding Israel and Palestine, and it was just getting too close to a both sides thing for me, which felt like compromising my principles. Just a difference of priorities, business optics versus taking a principled stance. So, in other words, it wasn't I'm not fired, I quit. To go in further, this is Dave Wiskus, the CEO of Nebula. He didn't make an official statement, but some of the things that he's been liking on Twitter recently paint a very clear picture of where he stands on these issues. So one of the things that he liked is Palestinians are not Hamas. Hamas is the enemy, not Palestine. And you can see from liking things like this, how this sort of conflict played out in the first place, because...
Okay, so the guy who runs Nebula is by no means a Zionist. Palestinians are not Hamas. Hamas is the enemy, not Palestine, is very much a, like, good and reasonable take. That is, like, the actual take. That is yes, Hamas is, like, bad. Obviously, Israel is also bad, but, like, this is, like, a very reasonable take. So, yeah, I don't think that it was for, like, Second Thought not being pro-Israel or something. It was definitely because of his genocidal takes.
Hakeem, Second Thought, Yugopnik have been very, very opposed to saying that what Hamas did was an atrocity and condemning them. Here's another thing that the CEO of Nebula liked. I strongly suggest following Irish news media during this time, one of the only Western countries not overwhelmingly biased towards ignoring Israel's apartheid regime. Followed up with, and yes, they do report on the atrocity Hamas committed. It's news, not propaganda. And this is important because on the First Thought channel that Second Thought runs, which is his dedicated news channel, he very much downplays the atrocities that Hamas commits. If he ever has to bring it up, he immediately engages in whataboutism, as if both atrocities committed by the IDF and Hamas cannot both be terrible. It's really interesting to see where this is going to go, but I think that people are realizing that these tanky content creators have a lot of very heinous and insidious opinions that they are very much hiding to their audience and the public at large. But as these sort of conflicts come up, it scratches at the surface of the things that they say publicly, and you get below the surface and understand what they are truly advocating for.
Very well put. Very, very well put. I think that we're kind of seeing the falling apart of the tanky sphere right now, with, for one thing, Nebula getting cut off for one of the larger tanky figures, Hassan and Ethan falling out over Hassan's defense of genocide and imperialism. I think Hassan is basically consolidating his audience to just tankies and alienating everybody else at this point, and the tanky sphere is just continuously dropping the mask, making itself look bad, and exposing how awful their beliefs are to the rest of the left, alienating their own, the rest of the left from their own values. And I hope it continues. I really do. Tankies are genuinely a cancer to the left, and it's pleasant to watch as they fall. That is cope. Hassan has had huge numbers recently. That is true. Hassan is obviously a large streamer and growing, but Hassan has also had more negativity towards him now than ever. And I think that's probably going to be very obvious in his channel performance, both on Twitch and YouTube, in not too long. I've said as much about these things before, and I've been correct. We'll just have to wait and see. Also, I'm going to ban you, because you're clearly a Hassan Glazer. He's had COVID 6 times, the fucking idiot. You know that having access to wealth makes, COVID treatment better? Because, he's had COVID 6 times and is still, fine. I've had COVID once and I'm still recovering. I still have, lingering pains and aches and bullshit from having COVID once, fully vaxxed and boosted. But I couldn't afford that top-of-the-line treatment. There's, medication you could get for once you have COVID that, massively decreases the chances of getting long COVID, improves your recovery and everything. Yeah. You mean long COVID effects? No, I have long COVID. Still. Very much still, it's in the lesser area. It's continuously getting better, but it's still there. It's still there. I've still got long COVID for sure. I don't feel normal yet. Not 100%. Still holding out. We doing a gaming stream tomorrow? Probably. I want to. I really want to, because it's so close to Halloween, and I need to do some spooky games streams. But I so much of my stream is just, yeah. I don't know. Long COVID returns like herpes of the lungs, joints, and etc. It is lifelong. So the thing about that, Delancer, is I can't accept that it is lifelong, because my life is pretty much over if this is it forever. So I'm going to continue to hope that it keeps getting better, but if it's this forever, my life's over. Pretty much. Yeah. No working out, no like long-term travel or getting into good shape. That's not even close to a possibility unless I get better from my current state. Oh, I'll definitely be playing a horror game if I do a gaming stream. Current medical science says it is lifelong. Yeah. Well, that basically means my life is over, if that's the case. Like, unironically, I'm not, like, I don't mean to be, like, a downer or anything, but, like, it's really debilitating. Or debilitating? What's the term for it? Like, no long-term travel. So, like, I don't know if I could travel to Australia or Japan or, like, anywhere out of country, pretty much. Like, yeah. Yeah, debilitating, thank you. Yeah, like, it's bad. Are you 100% sure it's lifelong? I work in the medical field and I'm serious? Well, damn. Well, unless we develop a cure for those symptoms, then, yeah, that sucks. At 24 years old, I got a disease that, like, ruins your life forever. Holy shit, I'll never have, like, my fully functioning body back. That is a crazy fucking realization to have. How do we know yet? Probably just by the fact that you could probably, like, examine people who have got long COVID and see that over, like, years now, they have not shown any signs of like, long-term recovery. Well, definitely don't get COVID. Therapy can improve things. What's really fucked is I can't get my muscle function back in my back and my chest. Like, the back pain that I feel, I've been stretching it out, and it's getting somewhat better, but I always wake up the next morning with, like, roughly back to where I was the morning before. And so it's like, I might have, like, muscle damage from COVID. It's just so expensive to actually see any doctors about it, though, so... Xanderhall, you should talk to someone with chronic pain. As someone who went through this, talking to someone with your experience can help that feeling of loss. I was 19 when I was crippled. Yeah. It just sucks to be able to live, like, so much of your life thinking you're going to be able to, like, yeah, I kind of won the genetic lottery. Like, I've got some problems, but nothing that's going to, like, ruin my life or really get in the way of things. And then you get, like, the icky bug that conservatives made sure would infect everybody. And, haha, your life's over now, fuck you. You can treat flare-ups with therapy. We're trying to develop the equivalent of Valtrex for long COVID. I hope so. Even if it lasts forever, there's always the chance of feeling better, no? I mean, I've been feeling better over time. Like, the thing is that the longer time passes, the slower the feeling better is, right? Like, this month, I feel better than I did last month. But I don't feel that much better than I did. I don't feel as much better this month than I did compared to last month and the month before, if that makes sense. So while the progress is slowing down, there's still progress. Like, I can definitively remember each given month how much discomfort I was in, how painful it was. And across the board, everything is getting better. The equivalent of Valtrex will only subdue the symptoms but won't cure it, so the treatment is lifelong. Like, I'd be fine taking a lifelong treatment as long as it's not like, well, here's like a fucking port that goes into your chest or something. Like, as long as it's like a pill or I'll take needles if that's what it's gotta be. But, like, if it makes you feel back to normal again. It's different. The loss isn't about the bad. It's that you'll never feel as good as you did before, and you'll never feel it again. It's actually not that. It's not even that. I've felt normal since I got long COVID. Like, there are even days where none of my discomforts from long COVID are severe enough to notice. Like, I just sit and I feel normal, like I did before I had COVID. And Demon Mama has long COVID? Yeah, she told me that. There are just days where I feel normal, and then there are days where it comes back, but when it comes back, it's lesser than it was before. Every time. It never comes back with a vengeance, so to say. Not once has my long COVID come back with a vengeance. Like, yeah, so promising. I don't know if we have the data to say that long COVID is totally unrecoverable. Can you recover from long COVID? For some people with long-term COVID-19, symptoms may only last a few weeks. For some, it may last a few months. But recovery is often prolonged for others. Some patients continue to have symptoms for more than a year after their initial COVID-19 illness. So it seems like there are cases where people recover from it, and it just takes them a long-ass time. So that's probably what's happening to me. And to be clear, and to Lancer, you work in the medical field, you fucking know this. Half of healing is like a good mindset, so stop trying to make me feel hopeless, or I'm going to ban you. Because, like, everything you tell me about, like, you've said it multiple times, multiple streams, you've, like, immediately dropped my morale to 0. Because you tell me, oh, by the way, your life's over. So seriously, stop or I'll ban you. If you work in the medical field, you know how much morale matters. Sorry about that? Okay. You'll heal, Zan. You're young and your body is faster and better at healing. Yeah. Oh, speaking of lung health, did you see that there was, like, a massive British study that's, like, goal was to determine sort of as close to definitively as one can the effect of cigarettes compared to vapes, and it finally ended because it was a long-term study. And it found that on average, like, all data kind of put together, on average, they found that vapes are about 5% as harmful as cigarettes. So you'd have to vape like 50 vapes to equivalent one cigarette. Does Zan not give priority to super chats? I read them, but I just haven't read donos yet. That's fucking great. It's definitely great. 25 vapes? I'm high right now. You expect... I'm not... Dude, I love when I go to, like, the dispensary, and because you have to use cash at the dispensary, it's like, the lady at this point knows how bad I am at counting cash. Like, Gen Z is not good at counting cash just in general, and she's like... I was like self-conscious about it at first, like how slow I am with counting cash, and I'm like very deliberate, and like I make sure I don't fuck up my count and everything, so I'm pretty slow about it. And the lady at the counter is always like, bro, don't worry about it. Like, half the people who come in here are your age, and this is the only time they handle cash. The only and obviously the only reason you have to handle cash in a dispensary is because it's not federally legalized, and so they have to handle it in cash. They can't do banks. Some dispensaries have, like, some bullshit going on where you can swipe a card, and they have, like, private payment processors, but it's rare. It happens, but it's not common. Hemorrhoid King, thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. Said, Gunter posting. Excuse me?
Wank. 1, 2, 3.
No, I can't. You understand I can't literally play a clip from a copyrighted show, right? I can't play, it's literally copyrighted. I can't. It's a clip from Adventure Time. It's like 30 seconds long. It's enough to get me copyrighted. Thank you, though, Hemorrhoid King. I appreciate the $5. I understand. Do it. I'll get copyrighted. No, I can't. But thank you for the $5. T lost a lot. Thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Hemorrhoid King. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $5. No, it's fine? Okay. I don't want to hurt your feelings. Just I can't play it because I'll get memed. Was Ruben more wobbly IRL? He is a wobbly cat. He is just a wobbly little boy. He's less wobbly than he was on camera when he was littler, but he's still a bit wobbly. He's just a little guy. Yeah, I'm very gentle with him. I was very, very gentle because, like, you guys know this, but, like, other people's pets are 1,000 times more fragile than your own pets, right? Like, when you've got a cat, I would be, like, coming into my room, and Luna would take, like, a stance on my bed, like the fighting stance. Like, she wants to play. And Luna likes to play rough, as in, like, draw my blood. And it's like, well, I'm not going to make my cat unhappy. So I just let her maul my hand. Like, I would let her maul my hand for a minute, and then when I had enough of it, I'd be like, all right, it's time to wrestle. And then I'd pin her. I'd wrestle the cat, and I'd pin her down. And we'd do that, like, several times a day. She'd like to wrestle. So I'd wrestle my cat all the time. And, you know, she's sturdy. She could handle it. She always came back for more, so I knew she was okay. And other people's cats, though, literally treat them like porcelain glass. God forbid I'm going to hurt a cat, much less another person's cat. The Jessie Gender incident. No, Jessie Gender abused her cat. Cats can handle a little bit of tussling, but tossing your cat across the room to the extent it's afraid of you forever is abusive. T lost a lot. Thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Hemorrhoid King as well. You kind of double gifted a sub, I think, there. Oh, wait, no. I already counted that one. Sorry. My bad. Orthur's Dork, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. Said, I'm doing investigative work for my D&D campaign because it's a mystery/horror game while listening. Oh, cool. That's dope. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Thank you for telling me what you're doing while you listen to the stream. I always enjoy that. You guys know how much I like that. Hey, Cherry. Did Jessie ever say why she talked about the cat incident? She was trying to, like, make an argument about how awful men are. But she just ended up self-reporting. She tried to do some, like, really woke virtue signal. And it really did not go right. Centrevez, thank you for the €2 donation. Says Matthew Perry has died. Yes, we talked about that earlier. It's very tragic. Joel the Dreamer, thank you for the 10 Australian dollars. I appreciate it. Says, any thoughts on why right-wing gamer bros love Japanese games? They ignore the leftism in Metal Gear Solid. I imagine because the way the women look. It's all because about aesthetics, not ideology. Yes, it's all about aesthetics. I think a large part of it is that right now in the gaming sphere, there's this narrative that, like, woke Californian game devs are forcing this, like, agenda of no attractive women allowed, which in reality is, like, you're starting to see gaming get taken more seriously as a storytelling medium, and because of that, the characters are starting to be, like, more serious, right? Like, you're starting to see more women dressed, like, sensibly, less, like, obvious fan service for the sake of just appeasing horny male gamers. It's still there for sure. Let's be clear. It will always be there, but it's starting to become less the standard. And that's something that a lot of gamers are starting to freak out about. But in Japan, a lot of the most popular games in Japan heavily advertise, like, a fair amount of sexualization. Like, obviously, FF14 is a pretty good example of this. Like, I love FF14. I just beat Stormblood today. But a lot of people who do the whole, like, Japanese games are so much better thing will, like, point to, like, the cat girls in FF14, and then they'll point to, like, World of Warcraft having updates to, like, make certain female characters less literally in metal bikinis. And they say,
"See, this is what wokeness does."
Oh, that voice. Doing the Chud voice hurts my throat. They say,
"Yeah, this is what wokeness does."
And they say that, like, Japanese games know where it's at. Remember the cat girls are lollies too? What? What? In FF14? Are you deranged? Like, what? Are you mad? The main character, who is a cat girl that you meet, who's like in your group, is a Shtola. This is her. Does this... What? No, it's what they like. No, I mean that's what they like. Oh, okay. They like lolly and cat girls. Okay. All right, just you literally said that they are lollies too. In your message, like you didn't elaborate in any way that you were. You guys really need to understand how you have to communicate through text to get tone and context across. You can't just break your message up into 5 messages. Like, for God's sakes, include your context in the message. It's so much harder to read chat when I have to read like 5 disjointed messages all separated by different chatters, like different messages. And if I read one message that's out of context, you guys get mad at me because I misinterpret it. But it's like, how am I supposed to know your 5 other messages above are like, it's like 6 parts that I have to read. But Zan, we're all autistic. That is true. You are all autistic. I love you all, but you guys can be a lot. You guys can be a lot at times. Very true. Yeah. Yeah. I love you all, but also I'm probably pretty autistic, to be honest. But dealing with autistic people can, like, leave you a little emotionally drained sometimes, okay? Like, this is gonna be my most unironically ableist take, okay? But, like, generally speaking, when I, like, talk to and hang out with my autistic friends, it can be a little bit socially draining. I don't think it's, like, ableist to say this. I think it's, like, valid to have, like, honest discussions about, like, these things. I think a lot of people, like, are scared to talk about this, but, like, if you're going to, like, if you're going to be an advocate for these issues, I think it's worth, like, having, like, honest discussions about it. Like, sometimes people are going to be a little bit, like, not necessarily annoyed, but emotionally and socially exhausted, tired out by dealing with autistic people. Chat, don't get mad at Zan. He is saying he can socially exhaust others too. I absolutely do, yes. I very oftentimes have to keep myself from doing it. I'll be, like, ranting. I'll realize I've been ranting for 10 minutes straight without letting anyone else talk about some hyperfixation I have, and I realize I need to stop. I am boring everyone around me, and as much as they aren't, like, annoyed by me and they don't hate me for it or anything, I'd rather not, like, make all my friends in the call right now sit there bored as I rant about something only I care about. Like, it's just, there are tendencies that autistic people tend to have, one of them being hyperfixations. I fall victim to this very same thing, and it's not uncommon to be, like, in a combo with someone who's autistic, and to be like, alright, I'm gonna be waiting here a while for, to be able to bring the conversation back to what we were talking about. But I do the same thing. There's no hate in my heart when I say this. All I'm saying is, when you, like, are talking to somebody who is like that, it is somewhat socially draining, and you enjoy it. It's just, you enjoy it in healthy, like, amounts, right? Even, like, to put it in a way that sounds less less insulting, have you ever had a really best friend that you just get along with so well and you just wish you could hang out with more, like say at school or something, then you have like a multi-day long sleepover, and by day 2 or 3, you're really excited for them to go home and to have your own place back. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you just, like, you like them and they're still your best friend and there's nothing wrong with them. It's just, you've run out of emotional energy for them, specifically. You need to go back to, like, you need something new. You need to recharge, right? It's a bit like that, right? That's a good way, that's the best way to describe the feeling, I suppose. Excuse me, but you don't have 30 minutes to watch my PowerPoint on bees? Alright, my next ableist take. I don't have Twitter, so I face none of the consequences for saying this anymore, by the way. I want all of the woke scolds that watch me, that, like, clip my shit to know. I have no Twitter. I see none of your tweets. It affects me in no way, shape, or form. My channel continues to grow. I have no idea that you're shit-talking me, and I hope that upsets you. Anyway, that aside, another thing that's, like, somewhat common is, kind of not picking up on certain, like, obvious to neurotypical people, social cues. And so there's been, in my free company server, there have been massive arguments between people over the most obvious misunderstandings you can possibly imagine, all because the other someone who, let's be honest, you could just tell is probably autistic, took a message that, like, in text, for 99% of people you read it and there is no offense to be taken by it, but that person took offense to it because they just didn't get it. And there's, yeah, like, it's basically what fuels Twitter, right? That same type of misunderstanding, that same type of, like, not getting it that fuels Twitter hate and Twitter hate mobs basically happened in my Discord. And Ethan had to go in and, like, sort it out and explain to the person who is, like, freaking out, listen, I understand why you're upset. We see your, like, position and your, like, view of things, but you misunderstood what this person meant. They meant nothing by it. You misinterpreted what they said. If you look at what their message said word for word, you can see that they actually didn't leave out the context that you're saying they did. That made you think that they, like, it's very obvious they meant what they say they meant. Like, especially when, as soon as you got offended, they said, like, they acted confused at why you were, like, offended. And immediately Ethan got into call with me after sorting all that out and said, Zan, I love your fans. They're awesome. They're super nice. But dealing with autistic people is exhausting, man. And that's basically where I had that epiphany. Chad isn't allowed to be mad at Zan for this because y'all can call Zan autistic all the time when he lets his autism show. Yeah, you guys do, like, absolutely call me autistic when I let it show. I mask very well on stream. I don't know if you guys would like my streams if I didn't mask my autism, because it would literally be nothing but, like, 7 hours of me stun locking on all of my hyperfixations. There'd be no politics. There'd be no segments. You understand that, right? If I didn't mask my mental whatever. Anyway, Unpaid Intern, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Very base. Said, Xana's gonna beat the shiz out of long COVID. Some smash, some smash, some smash. Yes, I am. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I'm dropping a Blue Sky code here. Come follow me on Blue Sky. Hell yeah. I'll go ahead and drop it in the chat for people to click. I also have Blue Sky codes. I'll go ahead and drop a Blue Sky link in chat as well. That's the Blue Sky link that was donated by Pepper T21. I'll go ahead and drop a Blue Sky link in chat as well. Wow, I've got a Blue Sky link that I copied and posted in chat in a previous stream that never got used. It's still available. So I just posted it now. Someone used that Blue Sky link. It never got used before. And they give you less Blue Sky links if they don't get used. So if you guys don't use the ones I post, then, like, I get less. Or Blue Sky codes. Also, make sure to follow me on Blue Sky. Yeah, at this point, like, a lot of people are getting to have Blue Sky. It's starting to become worth posting on, I think. I might start, like, actually becoming frequent, like, on there now. It's just that my timeline's so dead. Yes, I have long COVID, useless legs. It sucks. But it's getting better. The main symptom I have of long COVID is muscle fuckery in my chest and in my back and in my sides. And in my stomach, too. I don't know if, like, anybody who knows anything about medicine or COVID knows if that's common. Like, twitching? Not really twitching, mostly soreness and a lack of ability to activate, if that's the word for it, right? Like, it feels like before muscle... You know how you've got muscles that you just can't really control without practice? You know how, like, some people can wiggle their ears if they really practice it, but others just don't have the ability to, like, control those muscles yet? Like, if they really try, they can, like, isolate that muscle and find a way to, control it and make it move. It's basically that effect on a ton of the muscles in my chest and stomach. Like, in the same way that someone who can't wiggle their ears can't, like, activate those muscles, there's, like, tons of muscles all throughout here, here, and here that, like, are the same. Like, I can't isolate them and activate them and flex them. I can't, like, contract or expand them. And, it causes issues. COVID causes tissue damage through clots. Interesting. Well, I will definitely look into it more off stream, that's for sure. But I need to go take a quick bathroom break and get to the next segment. Quick sippy. Yeah, tons of Blue Sky codes in chat. Alright, I'll be right back. Let me use the bathroom. Hell yeah. I feel great. You ever be, like, having to pee for a really long time and, like, you finally do and you just feel like a new human afterwards? Like, you feel like you've gotten a brand new, like, vessel to inhabit? Because that's how I feel right now. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, today we're doing a segment about something important. I find this topic to be pretty important. I imagine some of you guys will think of it as just, you know, unimportant YouTuber drama stuff. It's not really drama necessarily. It's more so just something happening in the sphere of YouTube, right? And it may seem unimportant, but when it comes to the livelihood and the ability to continue creating content and existing on this platform for a well-beloved person in this space, I think it's worth talking about and raising awareness about. Dylan Burns is a good friend of the show. I really like his foreign policy. He's been a long time, like, chill bro in the space, and I've appreciated him for quite some time. I respect what he's doing in Ukraine a lot. And his foreign policy takes just don't miss, which is, like, a lot. It's a lot to expect on the left to have good foreign policy positions from these, like, lefty figures, you know? So his foreign policy being so on the point, and him basically being the go-to lefty figure on foreign policy, lends a lot of respect to his name, at least in my opinion. Here's the thing, though. Dylan Burns does a lot of news and war coverage, which means it is very easy to, despite the fact he breaks no terms of service or rules, and he is very careful to do so, he breaks none of the rules of the platforms he uploads his content onto. He breaks, once again, clarifying, because conservatives love to reply to videos like this with, well, you're the ones who support the bans, and it's like, no. We support bans if people break the very reasonable guidelines and rules that they agreed to when they signed up. Not false bans and false strikes being falsely leveraged in cases where, even in the end, YouTube admits the strike was false. Every time I get a false strike on my channel, and I talk about it, Nazis and conservatives flood to my channel to tell me, well, you had this coming because you support this for conservatives. It's like, I support conservatives getting banned when they receive, when they send death threats to people, or they encourage harassment, or like downright encourage like genocidal hate. Not when YouTube just glitches out and sends a false strike that after numerous appeal attempts, a human finally reviews, admits was a false strike, and like removes. Because they admit it was a mistake. So no, YouTube is not in favor of this, even, nor is the left the ones who, like, advocated for it. But I know conservatives will very strongly flock to the comments of this video to comment this in regards to this. But Dylan Burns has been repeatedly, over and over again, falsely striked by YouTube. This is, like, the 6th, maybe 7th time it's happened now. Let's look into it. He has now been demonetized. Update on our demonetization. October 16th, channel demonetized for harassment policy violation. Nothing he has done is harassment. In this instance, it is the most obvious mistake on YouTube's part ever. October 17th, email appeal rejected. Sensitive content? They'll do this as well. They will change the reason for the strike after you submit an appeal. They've done this to me before. There was a time where I received a strike, a false strike that stuck on my channel for literal years before I had it removed. It was what removed my warning, because you get a warning and then you get 3 strikes and then you're out. Your channel's deleted forever. I had lost my warning for years due to a strike on a video, and the strike was for misinformation or spam. And then I appealed it twice, and on the second appeal, the reason for the strike updated to hate speech. It was on the Geeks and Gamers Brie Larson video I did, where they striked me for covering Geeks and Gamers and making fun of him for obsessing with Brie Larson. They updated the reason to hate speech, and eventually, over a year later, 2 years later, I believe, I was able to get YouTube to remove it after much back and forth on Twitter. They doubled down several times on Twitter, and every time I quote tweeted them with, I guess you support hate speech, That's what I was debunking in my video, and all my fans followed up with the same in the replies, and eventually a human got to it and removed the issue. And now, my channel's in perfectly good standing. So yeah, they updated the false reason for his monetization getting removed. October 20th, at Team YouTube, review denied, quote, reused content. So they once again updated the reason for the strike. So this is literally the AI bots that run YouTube's algorithm behind the scenes, consistently changing the reason for the strike over and over again. And then once again, a email reaffirming another rejection, once again switching it back to harassment policy. So it goes from harassment, sensitive content, reused content, to harassment policy violation, with each appeal that Dylan does to YouTube. This is, of course, quote tweeting YouTube, following up by saying, hey, following up with an update. After taking another look, the decision stands. However, we've sent you another email with more information and can continue the convo there. And then Dylan adds, stop adding silly AI edits to the serious posts about demonetization, Dan. I think that's to like his editor, maybe? I'm not sure. Someone probably knows. Here's the thing, though. Dylan also followed it up with a video. One that we're about that Dan runs his account. Ah, I see. So he was posting memes. Oh, partially runs it. Okay. That makes sense. Anyway, Dylan also follows it up with a video captioned with the following: hello again at Team YouTube. We respect your guidelines and want to rectify our situation. Can you please provide details on the specific violation that led to our demonetization? Understanding the issue fully will help us address it effectively. Thank you for your assistance. And then here's the link to the video, which we're about to watch right now.
I find the work fulfilling. I like documenting history. I do genuinely believe that journalism is the first draft of history, and having a good first draft is necessary for future generations. And I want to make sure that people are getting good on-the-ground coverage and that I stay connected with you guys, because you guys have brought me a very long way from when I started doing this when I was 18, and I want to keep on this journey with you guys. You know, it's a bump in the road. We're going to find a way around it. It's a pretty big financial bump in the road, but we'll figure it out here. We figured out everything before. We'll figure it out again at Team YouTube. Come on. Give me a break. A little break. Just a tiny bit break. Come on. Just a little itty bitty break. Come on. Come on. How many of your YouTubers can say that they've gotten shelled, try to create content, document history on your channel? Just come on. Just give me a break on that. Just a little bit.
The Russians literally shelled him while he was in Ukraine, by the way. As in, on video, he and a group of people were outside a building. They suddenly heard a shell incoming. They ran for cover, and the guy right next to Dylan, who was a British journalist, was like near mortally wounded and had to be immediately rushed to medical treatment. Otherwise, he would have died. Like, that is how literally shelled Dylan got by the Russians, trying to do war coverage for YouTube. And this is how YouTube repays him. I have no doubt this is probably because of mass reporting. All it really takes on YouTube is to mass report a channel enough that the algorithm just scans their channel, finds something that the bots just detect as like a little sussy. They ascribe a random strike reason to it, and then you have to go through the rings of hell to get in contact with the real human at YouTube to get it fixed. So this is my advice to Dylan. I hope he checks out this video, and if anything, hopefully this can get clipped by, like, Dylan Burns fans, and this clip can get sent to him so he can, like, watch it. But I had a strike on my channel, a false strike, that had been on my channel since 2019. And about 6 months ago, I was finally able to get it removed. And the way I did this was after I'd gotten banned from Twitter, so I wasn't able to do it with my own Twitter account. I had to have my editor do it. This is how, like, sure I am that this method works, is it wasn't even me doing it. My editor's account was the one working with YouTube for this. Every day, we set a timer. You see, on Twitter allows you to set scheduled tweets. Like, you can schedule a tweet to go out. And it's pretty easy to do so. You just set the date and time. So I set it so that at 11 a.m., every day, we had Cherry set it so that at 11 a.m. every day, an automated tweet would go out to @TeamYouTube breaking down the problem. And every time YouTube had their canned response, so we had our canned reach out. And eventually, a human was on the other end of that tweet received that tweet and actually fixed the problem. It took a lot of responses from my own fans telling YouTube to get their shit together, saying, so you support hate speech or you support, like, the things that I oppose, which are things that YouTube does not support, at least not publicly, so saying that they do, and that is the message that you're getting from their actions, is a good way to get a real human's attention on the YouTube, like, Twitter account, the YouTube creators Twitter account. So really what you have to do is you have to do what I call pulling an Andy Dufresne. That is literally what I call it. I call it pulling an Andy Dufresne. What you have to do is literally daily. If that seems like too much, you can do it weekly, but honestly, daily isn't too much. Daily, automate tweets at YouTube. If you can, automate emails at YouTube, requesting an appeal, explaining that this is a false strike, that what you stand for is absolutely opposite of what it is you've been striked for, and that this is a massive mistake in the system, and you need to have as much audience support as possible. You need to be actively telling your audience that without their help, it's over, and that they need to help you, because that could, if things get bad enough, that could theoretically be the case, so it's not necessarily an over-exaggeration, but if you want to get things fixed, you need your audience to be motivated like it is the end of your career if they do not help you, because that is how much attention those tweets need to be getting for YouTube to actually do something about it the vast majority of the time. But they will. If you just spam them, then it could be a month from now, probably less. They will fix the problem. And that's my advice to Dylan. It's not perfect. It's not ideal. Don't get me wrong. Like, ideally, YouTube wouldn't have these problems, and they'd apply their TOS equally, fairly, and consistently, but they just don't. And AI technology is progressively starting to become adapted, all of its flaws included, into the place of the previous algorithms for YouTube, and that includes moderation. And that learning AI is going to make some serious mistakes in the coming years. We're going to see some big channels get falsely banned out of nowhere because of, like, AI moderators. It's been AI for quite some time, but a far less advanced, far more reliable AI. The AI that they're going to be using now and have been using is far more prone to mistakes. Why don't the Ridoid channels get strikes? Would mass reporting help them get striked? YouTube has a system in place to protect channels that make them money. Channels that make the money don't get striked. Notice that, like, most big right-wing channels that get penalized by YouTube, it only happens once they start to fall off. Alex Jones was already falling off when he got banned by YouTube even. Like, on YouTube, he was falling off. He was getting less popular at the time. Him getting banned brought a resurgence to his popularity, fairly enough. Yeah, for the same reason Sniper Wolf gets no punishment, yeah. Yeah, Stefan Molyneux was, like, absolutely, like, dead when he finally got banned. YouTube waited until his channel was literally getting, like, 30,000 views at most per video to finally ban him. Because they wait until these right-wing pundits aren't making the money anymore to ban them, or until there's enough media, like, anger for them to do something about it. But yeah. What's this, Cherry? I think that's an uncharitable read of the tweet. I think they're trying to... I think they're talking about how... Yeah, I don't think that's them saying they think the Holocaust is good. But a good meme, though, still, Cherry. Anyway. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Oh boy. Mike Johnson, new House of Representatives Speaker, wanted gay sex to be outlawed. Anti-gay Louisiana Republican Representative Mike Johnson, who previously campaigned to make gay sex illegal, has become the 56th Speaker of the House of Representatives. LGBTQ+ advocacy groups and Democrats announced the elevation of the hard-right politician, 51 years old, and described his promotion as deeply troubling for the American people. Johnson's new role has seen him succeed ousted Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who is the first Speaker the House of Representatives has removed from the office in U.S. history. The promotion has also brought Johnson's political positions and past comments into sharp focus with the advocate collating a damning list of editorials from the early 2000s in which he called homosexuality inherently unnatural, said same-sex marriage would doom America and legalizing it would mean pedophiles would claim equal protection. Remember, none of the arguments that these right-wingers are making about trans people are new. They did the same thing with gay people, and it didn't work. It will never work. ABC reports that in a 2003 column for a Louisiana newspaper, Johnson wrote, quote, there is clearly no right to sodomy in the Constitution, and the right of privacy of the home has never placed all activity with the home outside the bounds of the criminal law. The Louisiana politician is an ally of indicted former president of the 2024 Republican presidential hopeful, and I can't read right now. What the fuck is going on? And 2024 Actually, we can just listen to these. Let's just listen to them.
The Louisiana politician is an ally of indicted former president and 2024 Republican presidential hopeful Donald Trump and has been described by the New York Times as an architect of the effort to overturn the 2020 election, voting in favor of overturning results in various states and previously questioned the trustworthiness of Dominion voting software. As well as being anti-gay, Mike Johnson is also...
This guy's rise is no doubt a part of Operation 2025, or whatever it's called, the Republican plan to basically seize control of the government. This is no doubt a pretty big win and a pretty big achievement in their goals in Plan 2025, or Operation 2025.
Also opposed to Roe v. Wade and supports a national abortion ban, promotes covenant marriages under which divorce is much more difficult to obtain, and supported Trump's 2017 executive order to ban immigration from 7 majority Muslim countries.
He's basically on all of the current Republican positions right now. The GOP's main targets at this moment are abortion, contraceptive rights, and trans people. Oh, sorry, there's another one I also forgot that he's a big one on, and that's divorce. Right now, conservatives are more than any time in recent American history actively dropping the mask and exposing how much they view women as property, and they have been advocating for the banning of no-fault divorce. And some of the more radical ones outright saying that they do not want women to be allowed to divorce at all.
I am honored to have been elected the 56th Speaker of the House. It is time to come together to deliver for the American people. Representative Mike Johnson, at Rep. Mike Johnson, October 25, 2023. As well as being anti-gay, Mike Johnson...
Oh, there we go. Sorry. It replayed the same thing. So here's a clip,
Thank you
actually.
all.
We got a clip on Twitter of his, acceptance speech.
First, a few words of gratitude. I want to thank...
What?
Jeffries.
Elon Musk's Twitter, guys.
I do look forward to working with you on behalf of the American people. I know we see things from very different points of view, but I know that in your heart you love and care about this country and you want to do what's right. And so we're going to find common ground there, all right?
Oh, he's very much a politician, you can tell that. Absolute nightmare. It sounds like a threat. Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Many of my family members have resided in the 4th Congressional District of Louisiana for decades, so I know from personal experience his track record on civil rights and minority issues is clear and stark as our community continues to find itself under attack. Morris went on to say Johnson's track record should concern us all. This entire process of choosing a new Speaker of the House has only served to expose even more how MAGA extremism continues to degrade our ability to allow Congress to reconcile the important issues impacting us, Morris added. In this entire
Oh god, sorry, it's really hard to pause it right at the end of it starting a thing. So yeah, it's really concerning that the Republicans got this W. Like, as much as I talk about how important electoralism is and taking part in electoralism is, House Speaker is not something that you decide. Not directly, at least. While yes, voting does help to prevent things like this in the future happening, this wasn't like an election that you guys could have decided on. Like, we didn't get to vote on this. This was basically, at least directly, entirely out of our control. And these are the most, like, daunting political losses, are the ones that you can do nothing about, that could have been nothing about. This is a failure of your democracy? I agree, Minimum Volts. It is a failure of our democracy when the political party takes power and there is no election, there is nothing that could have been done to prevent it. That's not a good thing. When a political party is able to take power and even with hindsight, nothing could have been done to prevent it. There's no system in place that reasonably could have successfully prevented that. Like, they just exploited the system in such a way that they just won. Like, they practically cheated. It's not uncommon for the Republicans to play this sturdy. It's not surprising.
In a statement, the National Black Justice Coalition said it strongly condemns the election of Mike Johnson, citing his anti-LGBTQ+ stance among its reasons. The statement reads, Johnson's record and opposition to critical civil rights and LGBTQ+ protections speak to his inability to lead the House in prioritizing public policy investments that increase opportunities and improve life outcomes for a country that continues to grow in diversity. An anti-Black, anti-LGBTQ+ elected leader should not be third in line to the presidency. It is deeply troubling to witness Johnson elected as Speaker, especially considering his vote against bipartisan legislation to codify same-sex marriage, which is foundational to ensuring equity and the staying power of constitutional rights upheld by the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yeah, right now the three big next targets for conservatives are contraceptive rights, gay marriage, and divorce. Notably, women having the right to divorce. But they might just try to go after divorce as a whole, divorce rights as a whole, to basically try to dissuade the argument that they're doing it misogynistically. Yeah, no-fault divorce will be what they'll go after first. The Holy Trinity, as Vosh said. I haven't heard Vosh say that, but yeah, that is a pretty good way to put it. The Holy Trinity, or the Unholy Trinity, I guess. Right now, those are the three biggest topics. Gay marriage, trans people, contraceptive stuff, and divorce. Like, the contraceptive stuff ties into the abortion issue, but yeah, you get what I mean. It kind of spans out.
His repeated support for anti-LGBT, it is deeply troubling.
Oh my god. Basically, they're against all forms of free will. Also, I hate these sites that make it so you can play every single individual line. Just make it so you can pause and play an entire recording of the article.
His repeated support for anti-LGBTQ+ bills, including the Stop the Sexualization of Children Act of 2022, which many have aptly labeled a federal don't say gay measure, highlights his disdain for the LGBTQ+ community. The coalition continued. Our non-binary, trans, and gender-expansive siblings must understand Republican leaders like Representative Johnson are targeting us because we're a minority, and their attacks will not stop with our community. History has taught all of us that they will come for you. Democrat Mark Pocan, who is chair of the Congressional Equality Caucus, said the House had the chance to elect a speaker who could lead in a bipartisan manner to move America forward. But, instead, extreme MAGA Republicans elected a speaker who has dedicated his career to attacking LGBTQI+ people and pushing an anti-equality agenda. The House has already taken more than 10 anti-equality votes this Congress, Pocan continued. By electing Mike Johnson, a vehement opponent of LGBTQI+ equality, as Speaker, his supporters have signaled they want these attacks against our community to continue.
And that's the end of the article. This is quite worrying. As you guys know, I recently did some coverage of the Republicans' plan, Project 2025, and I don't want to, do a repeat of that whole segment and, dive into it deep, so I'll basically read the very, basic summary on Wikipedia to give you the nightmarish and demonic breakdown of this. Project 2025 is a plan to reshape the executive branch of the U.S. federal government in the event of a Republican victory in the 2024 United States presidential election. Established in 2022, the project seeks to recruit thousands to come to Washington, D.C. to replace existing employees to restructure the executive branch of the federal government as to further the agenda and policies of Donald Trump. The plan would perform a quick takeover of the entire U.S. federal government under a maximalist version of the unitary executive theory, a theory proposing the President of the United States has the absolute power of the executive branch upon inauguration. The development of the plan is led by the Heritage Foundation, a conservative U.S. think tank. You guys are probably very aware of the Heritage Foundation. They are possibly the most influential, massive conservative group out there. They fund, I'm pretty sure they are big funders of the Daily Wire, PragerU. It goes on. It includes widespread changes across the entire government, particularly with regard to economic policy and the role of the federal government and federal agencies. Basically, it's them admitting they have a plan that if they win in 2024, then by 2025, our entire government will be completely different. They will seize complete control. Donald Trump, if elected president, will have complete control of the executive branch. And with a far-right MAGA Trump supporter as House Speaker, along with that as a possibility in that timeline, that is quite terrifying. You're basically one step away from, the Republicans and Trump's circle having 100% control of all branches of government, and that would basically mean our democracy is over. Our democracy just would not survive that. With Trump at the helm and nobody to stand in his way with any significant level of power, there wouldn't be any way to stop him. I don't think Trump's going to get elected. I really don't. I don't think he's going to get reelected at all, but that timeline exists. That dark timeline where you have a Republican House Speaker and Trump as president in 2024 exists somewhere in the multiverse, and that is the darkest timeline. Let's just hope it's not ours. Oh, sorry. How do you enjoy that segment? It'd be the same with DeSantis? Potentially, yeah. Good segment, terrifying. Yeah, I don't think conservatives have the willpower to actually do a civil war, like another civil war. I just don't think they have it in them. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. The way I like to think of the political brain rot that's happened to TYT is like a plague spreading up a river, you know? Like some sort of plague-contaminated water, and like the water's flowing down river, but it's a slow trickle, so eventually the contamination's gonna work its way up to where like the start of the river is, where the source is. And for TYT, it's been a long-standing river, I suppose you could say, as I originally compared it to, of people who were once hosts or figures on their platform that have since kind of broken off, started their own careers, and just become truly, truly awful people. Truly awful people. I mean, this is actually in relation to something we're going to talk about today, and I kind of feel lends a little bit of credence to, like, how awful what Anna has been doing is. One of the most notorious, like, right-wing grifters who's come out of TYT is Jimmy Dore, who was exposed a couple years ago as having been, like, extremely inappropriate with Anna Kasparian in the office. He would make constant jokes about her body, sexual comments, and just, like, constantly make her uncomfortable, being a creepy weirdo about her. And, he, of course, defended this behavior. Like, to this day, he defends this behavior. And like, basically just called it locker room talk. He basically said that boys will be boys defense. But, like, a big part of his, like, defection from TYT was also his getting exposed as, like, a weirdo. And, like, him gloating about having done that stuff, defending it, and then using it as, like, a way of attacking TYT. It was really disgusting. If you don't know about this, you should really look into it, because his behavior around that was truly, like, creepy, weirdo uncle that you don't want to sit on his lap at the Thanksgiving dinner party or whatever kind of vibes, you know? He really came off as an awful creep. And the fact that Anna Kasparian is essentially following the same path he did with the grift of leaving TYT and going to the right is genuinely disappointing. Now, a lot of people have said, Zan, how do you know she's grifting? You're so quick to use that term. How do you know she's grifting? Now, normally, like, if someone did what's happening here, I wouldn't necessarily say it's grifting. Like, someone falling down the right-wing rabbit hole, moving to the right, having more right-wing positions, isn't necessarily grifting. Hey, a pillow. Like, I'm not, like, one that quickly goes to calling that kind of stuff grifting. To be fair, there are a lot of grifters in this space that do that, and I tend to focus on them, which is why I tend to be calling people grifters a lot. But I'm not one that just calls everybody who's right-leaning or makes right-leaning content a grifter. I try to actually be very nuanced about it. In the case of Anna Kasparian, as of late, I have seen her espousing takes, positions that I have seen her not only disagree with in the past, but debunk. And not only debunk, but debunk with data and evidence. Incontrovertible data and evidence. So, with that in mind, it's like, what other conclusion can I come to? What else can I conclude? Am I supposed to believe that she's genuinely just forgotten all of these, like, very well put together arguments and all the data and studies she would bring up in the segments where she debunked the position she's now lending credence to now? Do you think she's just forgotten all that stuff? Or do you think maybe she knows and she's following the money and she's following the validation? She put out a video clip, and this has gone a little bit semi-viral. People are dunking on her about this. I haven't even seen this yet, but I'm curious what the hubbub is all about.
So, to answer your question, you are correct. I do not like to be bullied or pressured into saying things or believing things that I do not believe. I find that terminology degrading. Okay? That I personally, because I'm not a birthing person. Okay?
So I wonder if anybody's going to confront her finally in person on the fact that the reason she took issue with it was because AOC said it. Like, AOC said birthing person, which is a legal terminology used in politics and legal context. Because if you're, let's say you're a progressive group advocating for the passing of a bill that would guarantee abortion rights. Now, you could write the bill so as that it specifies it guarantees abortion rights for females or for women, or to include as many people who would need access to that right as possible, including trans men and non-binary people. You could diversify the term to just make it birthing persons, people who give birth. Basically, just a more off-the-tongue, convenient way of saying that. She has decided to die on this pathetic hill, as Sophie has said, that is a nothing argument. I just simply cannot bring myself to believe she truly finds that wording degrading. This feels as though she just had to find an excuse to take issue with the left, and to start, like, she had to find a wedge to start her departure from the left on, right?
I'm a woman.
What's wrong with being called a birthing person?
Well, first of all, not all women even have the capacity to get pregnant.
Oh, okay, but we're talking about, in legal terminology, writing laws that are meant to include people who can get pregnant that are not women. So, it doesn't refer to women. It refers to birthing people, of which some women are included. Many women are included, but not all. For example, postmenopausal women are not birthing people. So if Anna, I'm not trying to be rude here, but if Anna has gone through menopause, that wouldn't apply to her. That label literally wouldn't apply to her, at the very least, years down the road. Like, who is letting her cook? I can smell the fire from here. She's burning the house down. She set the kitchen on fire.
So it's degrading to them to be, essentially, to have their womanhood questioned if they're not
What a point.
if they're unable to have kids to begin with. But also, I mean, look, this is the thing that annoys me about this entire issue and conversation, because they'll turn around and they'll say, no one's calling you a birthing person. Okay, does someone need to call an individual?
Birthing people, childbirth-associated occupations, a collective term for all physicians, mothers exclusively to birth mothers and not adoptive mothers, born again in religion, creation myths. Okay.
Individual who finds the N-word offensive, the N-word, in order for him or her to find it offensive or degrading. You get what I'm saying?
Of course.
No one needs to be called that word to find it problematic or to have an issue with it.
So basically, the reason why people are calling Anna Kasparian transphobic and the reason why the left is rejecting her is because she is just outright, like, saying and admitting she views a womb and being able to give birth as inherently womanly, and she is not willing to... Is she seriously comparing birthing person with the N-word? Is she really? I didn't hear the last thing she said there. I'll have to rewind it so I can hear her next take. Like, what she's completely failing to accept here is the fact that she is being transphobic by suggesting this. The terminology is... Oh, look at the soy face. The terminology is meant to be inclusive of trans men, non-binary people, and is not even meant to refer to exclusively women, or all women for that matter. Anna Kasparian is the one extraordinarily dishonestly trying to make this terminology apply to all women, or meant to mean women in some, like, insane, hyper-extreme, far-left woke way, but that's just not what the word means.
Called that word to find it problematic or to have an issue with it. And besides which, I was called that, okay? Yes, in a medical setting, but this is a doctor who knows I'm a biological woman. Call me a woman.
Damn. Okay, so yeah, she's just full on. She's adopted the terminology, too. The term biological woman was one that she was arguing against the usage of a couple years ago. You understand that, right? She was debunking the term biological woman and how loaded that phrase is, how like clear the usage of it is meant to denote transphobic beliefs just a couple years ago. Mind you, she's appearing on like small, nothing right-wing podcasts as well to talk about her political homelessness. She's full-on grifting to the right. This is no honest political journey. This is her chasing money. Cenk is doing the same thing. He's running for president as well as selling a book. His presidential run in the primary will absolutely be crushed. His reason for why he's doing it is as flimsy as you can imagine, but guess what? He's also doing a book sale. Like, he's selling his book. He's doing a big book release and doing a book sale while also running for president. Hey, I'm sure those things aren't related. I'm sure the falling views and relevance of TYT has nothing to do with them chasing the more monetizable right-wing audience. What if she started doing this when Cenk started floating the idea of running behind the scenes? She would have known beforehand. I guess she maybe just decided, like, at this point it's time to jump ship because TYT's going down. I need to figure out my own future. Like, I mean, let's be real. Anna Kasparian knows better than many that there is a massive market for attractive women on the right to espouse right-wing politics. Even if it's just for a short time, you can rake in massive bank in a couple years, fall off the face of the earth, and never be heard of again.
But I had a conversation with that doctor. Why did you feel the need to call me a birthing person? Like, where did that come from? And in California, medical providers are basically like told that there will be penalties if they don't use the proper terminology or if they're caught doing anything discriminatory toward the trans community. Now, if they're actually doing something discriminatory toward the trans community, I think medical...
Like calling them a woman if they're a trans man, for example? No, I noticed her directly comparing birthing person to the N-word. It's just so, like, it's so ridiculous that, like, I don't know what you want me to do. It's just, what do I say? Everything she's saying is such bullshit. I can't talk about it, all of it, you know? Like, it's like when I watch the average conservative video, I'll realize that some insane shit just, like, flew past me and I didn't pause to respond to it because it's so expected from these people that it's not even surprising. Like, I'm not surprised by it. Like, I'm not surprised, so it doesn't stand out to me, you know? She's almost 40, and older pictures look different, and apparently she lightened her skin. Weird. Zan, I found receipts? Receipts for what?
Republicans seem...
Here's her debunking her current self.
Republicans seem inclined to put forward their own weird definitions of what qualifies as a woman. And so first we have Madison Cawthorn, you know, that young Republican congressman who said that Republican colleagues invited him to cocaine-fueled orgies. Well, he's weighing in on this during a debate on the House floor. Let's see how this all went down.
Take notes, Madam Speaker. I'm about to define what a woman is for you. XX chromosomes, no tallywhacker. It's so simple.
No tallywhacker, which is the word that he, I guess, likes to use to describe the male genitalia, otherwise known as penis. You could just say penis, but...
This is how Anna Kasparian talked when her paycheck was dependent on trans people thinking she was an ally.
You know, he's doubling down on the right-wing campaigning strategy of choice, which is to kick powerless people when they're already down. And in this case, it's the transgender community. Before we get to Marjorie Taylor Greene, though, Cenk, curious what you think about the word tallywhacker. Do you allow it, or would you like to dismiss it?
I don't care at all. Look, the overall thing is LGBTQ community, they despise you. The Republicans despise you. Any vote for them is a betrayal of everyone that you love and.
Could you imagine them saying this today? Could you imagine them outright saying the Republicans and conservatives want to, like, destroy LGBT rights? Like, could you imagine them being this truthful about the intentions of Republicans today? Because right now, their current position is they're trying to open themselves up to the right, and they're trying to be understanding, as they say. Is the grift not more apparent now after seeing them outright debunk the takes that they're having now? They know they're wrong. They're just following the money. There's no gas leak. They just want money. Having a studio in LA and running a business like this in LA is expensive. They are business people. They run a company, and they are now not making the money they were hoping for. They weren't making the money they were hoping for off of lefty content, so they are following the money. They have been a cavern of grifters from the start. It's no coincidence that every person that's come from them has been a grifter. Hassan, fucking Jimmy Dore. Who else? I know there's a longer list. I know the list goes further, but none come to mind right now. Everyone that's come from them has been a grifting piece of shit. Dave Rubin. Everyone that's come. Benny Carollo, yep. The tanky lady. Kyle Kalinske is all right. Emma seems to be okay, but let's hold our breath on that because we don't know. Things can change. Yeah, like everybody that comes out of TYT for the most part either has shown themselves to be a grifting piece of shit or is like okay. Like Emma genuinely just has bad takes. No, Brianna Wu's not from TYT. Like Emma like genuinely just has bad takes. Emma's politics are good, but she does have some pretty bad takes. Like if you watch the debate that she had or the talk she had with Vosh and Destiny and her takes about how like online content creators don't matter and don't have impact, like downright brain dead. And I know that doesn't sound like a very like serious issue to take up like umbrage with, I guess, but I think it is. At this point, the right has fully embraced the internet as like the biggest and most effective way of communicating information and ideas in the entire world, while the left has this bizarre hang up. Either you've got the lefties who take the internet too seriously, it's their entire life, or the lefties who think that if you take the internet seriously in any way, shape, or form as a way of advocacy or political like talking, then you're like terminally online and you're not a real like advocate and you're not doing anything productive. Yeah.
Care for, including yourself. So if your beloved tax cuts are worth it, Peter Thiel, Dave Rubin, and other sellouts, then okay, all right, you value money more than your own rights, and you think, I know, I'm rich, I'm not gonna get affected by this. It's for people that aren't as wealthy that are in my community. And they won't come for me, the fascists won't come for me. Yeah, I know a lot of people.
Let's rewind this bit here.
Your beloved tax cuts are worth it, Peter Thiel, Dave Rubin, and other sellouts, then okay, all right, you value money more than your own rights, and you think, I know, I'm rich, I'm not gonna get affected by this. It's for people that aren't as wealthy that are in my community. And they won't come for me, the fascists won't come for me. Yeah, I know a lot of people made that calculation before and turned out to be a massive mistake. But on the issue of Tallywhacker, I don't give a damn what he calls it. I'm much more interested in the Marjorie Taylor Greene part of this story. So let's do that, Anna.
All right, let's watch the video.
What is a woman? Because she said she's not a biologist.
Let's hear Anna Kasparian, a woman, debunk another woman try to use the feminist argument that Anna Kasparian is currently using to be transphobic back in the past. This is literally the closest you can get to the past Anna Kasparian debunking current, like present Anna Kasparian.
I'm gonna tell you right now, what is a woman? This is an easy answer. We're a creation of God. We came from Adam's rib. God created us with his hands. We may be the weaker sex, we are the weaker sex, but we are our partner, our husband's wife.
I don't think that women are the weaker sex. I don't think men are the weaker sex. I think that men and women have their own strengths that they bring to the table. But right-wingers do.
Crazy to think this is the side she's on now.
Do in fact see women as weaker. They see them as second-class citizens. And all this happens. I mean, look, Cenk, it's so clear that they see women as second-class citizens. Look at what they're doing in an effort to punish them across the country if they engage in sexual activity that is not meant for the purposes of reproducing. They want to punish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Now look at how she talks today. Let's rewind it a bit and just get a little bit. Let's take in a little bit more of. Let's just rewatch the entire thing. Fuck it. Like, after watching that, let's rewatch the entire thing and see how, like, blatant the grift is.
So, to answer your question, you are correct. I do not like to be bullied or pressured into saying things or believing things that I do not believe. I find that terminology degrading. Okay?
Why?
Because I'm not a birthing person. Okay? I'm a woman.
What's wrong with being called a birthing person?
Well, first of all, not all women even have the capacity to get pregnant. So it's degrading to them to be essentially to have their womanhood questioned if they're not
what a point
unable if they're.
The crazy thing as well is, why does she think trans people would be bullying her for using a term she's claiming to believe she thinks means woman? Think about it logically. Trans people online are demanding her to use a term from her perspective that she claims to believe means woman to refer to all people who have a uterus and can give birth. Basically, she, from her perspective, is arguing that she thinks that trans people are trying to make her use a term that means woman and apply it to trans men and non-binary people. Like, her entire attempt at rationalizing her argument makes no sense, even if you look at it from her perspective. Seriously, put yourself in her shoes, or what she claims to be her shoes. She supposedly thinks, if she is not a liar and she's totally honest, that the trans community online is bullying her because she won't use the term birthing person, a word that she claims to think means woman, to refer to trans men and non-binary people and women all under the same umbrella. She's not acknowledging any reality in which the word is simply an acknowledgement of the biological capacity for legal and medical terminology and use. So she clearly thinks it's just a politically correct way of saying woman. So why would trans people want you to use that term to refer to trans men and non-binary people when from her view it just means woman? It makes no sense. Her own worldview, from her perspective, makes no sense. The grift is as apparent as it gets. It's not willful ignorance. She's pretending.
I'm not a birthing person, okay? I'm a woman.
What's wrong with being called a birthing person?
Well, first of all, not all women even have the capacity to get pregnant. So it's degrading to them to be essentially to have their womanhood questioned if they're not
what a point
if they're unable to have kids to begin with. But also, I mean, look, this is the thing that annoys me about this entire issue and conversation, because they'll turn around and they'll say, no one's calling you a birthing person. Okay, does someone need to call an individual who finds the N-word offensive the N-word in order for him or her to find it offensive or degrading? You get what I'm saying? No one needs to be called that word to find it problematic or to have an issue with it. And besides which, I was called that. Okay, yes, in a medical setting, but this is a doctor who knows I'm a biological woman. Call me a woman. But I had a conversation with that doctor. Why did you feel the need to call me a birthing person? Like, where did that come from? And in California, medical providers are basically like told that there will be penalties if they don't use the proper terminology or if they're caught doing anything discriminatory toward the trans community. Now, if they're actually doing something discriminatory toward the trans community, I think medical providers absolutely should face consequences. But the idea that we should change all of our terminology, even toward women who want to be called women, in order to be inclusive is ridiculous to me. Now, if a transgender person wants to be called that, fantastic. I respect it. I'll do it. I'll engage in it. But I think in the context of my relationship with my doctors, I want to be called a woman. It's not that difficult.
So, I imagine a no universe where the doctor refused to call her a woman after she asked. But, yeah, like, could you imagine her, like, in the past, like what she said in the past video that I showed you. Like, she was debunking these talking points, these loaded, like, attempts at trying to create this false dichotomy between women's rights and trans rights. That's what she's doing. She's playing a sort of soft turf position. The TERFs, their goal is to take a faux progressive stance, basically creating a false dichotomy between trans rights and women's rights. Which one can we have? You can only have one or the other, is the false dichotomy they create, because they try to claim that the existence of trans rights is the dissolving of women's rights. And the examples they give are things like trans women being allowed into, like, homeless shelters that are for women. Holy shit, I found her debunking herself on this exact issue. Someone quote tweeted her and said, "This you." She just blocks people who post clips of her debunking herself, by the way.
It's bad faith. They know there's a difference between gender and sex. They know that it is very possible for someone to be born a biological male or a biological female, but in terms of gender, identify differently.
Remember, biological male and female, not biological woman, the loaded conservative phrase used exclusively by TERFs and conservatives.
As a male or non-binary, but they still have the biological capacity, the physical capacity to get pregnant. So that's why the language, the rhetoric is inclusive to include those people. It is not a big deal, but they make it a big deal. They manufacture it into a big deal because that's all Republicans are. That's all they have. This is all they do. Endless bad faith arguments meant to fearmonger and direct hatred and fear toward other Americans, typically powerless Americans.
Ooh, damn. No better than just... Nope, I really couldn't have said it better than she did. I couldn't debunk her current positions better than she debunked them herself in the past when she was getting paid to be progressive. Ah. Oh, sorry. How do you guys enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Good segment, I'm glad. Orther's Dork, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Said, question, can I share a New York Times article? I've got a subscribee to them so I can gift them. It should work. Maybe? I've already got a lot of segments planned for today, but if you're going to send stuff for me to react to on stream or cover on stream, you want to send it to Cherry, because Cherry's the one who puts together most of the topics, and that's the best way to get it to me. I look like the main actor from the FNAF movie? No way. I hate when I get told that I look like somebody else, and it's someone who's less good looking than me, at least in my opinion. Like, I can see the resemblance in the sense that we have the same hair for sure. And like the same kind of like eyes. But my eyebrows are far thicker. I have like a narrower but also more defined face. And my nose is longer and thinner. If you look at it, I've got a longer, thinner nose and thinner lips and a smaller mouth. Just kind of overall, I'm a lot skinnier. Yeah, he looks more like Destiny than me, actually. That's a bad picture of him. I saw some others, and this is the only one where he looks like me. Like, this is the one where he looks closest to like me. Like, yeah, he looks nothing like me in any of the other pictures. That's the closest one. He looks good in motion. I'm sure, yeah, but like I mean, like he looks better in the other photos that don't look like me. He has like when he's shaved, like he has a shaved face. But he really looks nothing like me when his face is shaved. With facial hair, we've kind of got it down, but when his face is shaved, like, it completely transforms into somebody else. But in that one photo, he looks more like Destiny than me, I think. With facial hair, for sure. Yeah, he's lowercase Xanderhall, maybe. This one, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Says, when are you going to show up on Cut? Cut? I don't know what that is. Is that like one of those, like, panel show things where it's like Jubilee? Maybe one day. Thank you, this one. Appreciate it. Let me update the dono goal. He looks like a mix between you and Pedro Pascal. That I see. That's a good one, Apillo. That I see. Larry Banks 78, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Said, Zan, have you heard about how Chuds are claiming that an intern writer for Spider-Man 2 was used for the model of Mary Jane, and to them it's the reason why she is ugly to them, and claims that said intern... I'm sure you'll send another donation with the rest of that message, but yeah, it doesn't sound far off from the average, like, Chud conspiracy theory that, like, insert character we don't like must be a self-insert of a person who works in the project, so we have a reason to harass that person in real life. Like, they do that. They'll say, this character we don't like is a self-insert of a real person through some, like, really bizarre out there, like, line of argument as a justification to harass the real person. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Well, guys, daily reminder that the Republicans want to take away your right to goon. Fact check. Senator falsely claims protecting birth control allows morning after abortions. Yeah, the Republicans are becoming more brazen with their desire to destroy birth control rights. And that's why you should volunteer for Progressive Victory. People in chat are already spamming the link. I'm glad to see that you guys know where I'm getting at here. But, I mean, like, can you blame me? I mean, look at this. Mississippi Senator Joey Filligan, the Republican who authored Mississippi's trigger law that banned nearly all abortions in the state, is falsely claiming that a new effort to enshrine a right to birth control in the state law will legalize morning after abortions. But morning after abortions do not exist. On Friday, October 13th, what a fitting day, members of the Mississippi Legislative Black Caucus announced plans to file a bill in next year's legislative session called the Mississippi Right to Protection Act. In a press release, the bill backers said it will protect and preserve Mississippians' right to contraception, including condoms, the pill, and IUDs. I actually covered this, by the way. But fittingly for the date, the Republicans, they're planning to shut that down. I think this is, again, a very cynical ploy on behalf of very woke Democrats across the country, now trying to infiltrate here into Mississippi, saying that our very strict law, they're looking for exceptions. They're looking for expansions on how to get around it. To end runaround, if you will, to allow morning after abortions, he said. Now, I promise that wasn't me not being able to read. That was how the quote was written word for word. He's just kind of incoherent in his speaking, I guess, so he, like, stutters and says sentences in ways that don't make sense. He was referring to Plan B, also known as the morning after pill, which can prevent pregnancies from happening if taken soon after unprotected sex, but does not terminate a pregnancy once it has begun. Quote, morning after pills do not cause an abortion. They only work if you are already not pregnant. They must be taken soon after you have sex to be effective, the American College of Obstetricians. I had to close my eyes and not read it because I know the word from, like, saying it, but I can't, like, read that word out. I have to just say the word, so I had to close my eyes. Obstetricians and gynecologist explains on its website. Still, some anti-abortion activists and Republicans have sought to ban the pill over the years. In 2011, a majority of Mississippians voted against the Personhood Amendment, which would have defined a person to include every human being from the moment of fertilization, cloning, or the functional equivalent thereof. Opponents at the time warned that by granting personhood to fertilized eggs before they even implanted and became pregnancies, the failed ballot initiative would have banned not only abortion but also in vitro fertilization and forms of birth control like the morning after pill. That has, of course, always been their goal. To be completely clear, conservatives, no matter how non-radical their position on this topic may seem at a given time, their end goal, if you give them an inch, they will take a mile, will always be to eliminate all right to contraceptive access. Having children out of wedlock is the best way to cement the lifestyle that conservatives want to enforce on every American. The bill members of the Mississippi Legislative Black Caucus plan to introduce is modeled after a North Carolina bill called the Right to Use Contraception Act. The crux of the bill consists of two sentences. The right to use contraception implicates the fundamental liberty to prevent pregnancy. It is 13. The policy of the state of North Carolina that this state has no legitimate governmental interest. 14, in limiting the freedom to use contraception to prevent pregnancy. Mississippians know what's best for their health and their families, Mississippi Legislative Black Caucus Chair Representative Chris Bill Democrat Jackson said in a statement on October 13th. Women and their partners deserve to feel confident about access to birth control, including condoms, IUDs, the pill, patches, emergency contraception, the ring, all of it. We refuse to give Republicans the opportunity to make healthcare decisions for us, and that's why we're announcing the intent to file a Right to Contraception Act in Mississippi. Now, this Republican, of course, came out against it, claiming that this would result in morning after abortions. Another example of Republicans demonstrating their blatant lack of fundamental understanding of women's health, or just even, like, female health. Now, the funny thing as well, ironically enough, is that this goes back a while. Do you guys want to hear the first ever crazy conservative conspiracy theory about women's reproductive health I remember ever hearing? I remember hearing a Republican politician when I was quite young claim that you could get a woman pregnant with a pencil. That what makes a woman pregnant is essentially a biological button inside the uterus that if you push with like a pencil eraser, for example, you could get the girl pregnant. This was used as an argument to basically claim that men had no part in creating a pregnancy, and thus it was the woman's fault entirely if she got pregnant, and so men shouldn't have any financial or moral responsibility. Let me see if I can find an example of this. God, I can't find it. I like how the first story that comes up is Republicans are shocked a 10-year-old can get pregnant after rape victim testifies in Roe v. Wade hearing. God, they're such fucking monsters. They're such monsters. I can't find it, but if anyone can locate it for me, I'd really appreciate it. I can't stunlock the segment off topic for too long on that particular thing. But I need you guys to understand that Republicans notoriously not only lack a basic understanding of reproductive health for both men and women, but they also fundamentally are opposed to the teaching of it. When it comes to, like, the rate of teenage and unwanted pregnancy, it goes down massively with the introduction of a sex education. That, on top of that, what also goes down massively, the younger a sex education of some form is introduced, is the rate of child sexual abuse, something Republicans also fight against any effort to reduce the rate of. So the Republicans are, on this issue, and most others, just pure evil. There really is no way for me to try to frame this in a empathetic way for Republicans or conservatives, to try to say, well, see, maybe they just think this or that. The people who agree with eliminating contraceptive rights have not been fooled into it. They are the most radical of conservatives who are not content with allowing others to live their own lives. Something you have to understand is that at the left's worst, at the very least, like, if the left won, the racist, crazy, transphobic, homophobic bigots would be able to have their enclaves out in the middle of, like, bumfuck nowhere where they can have their, like, cross burnings and their Klan rallies. It wouldn't be, like, illegal for them to do it as long as they're not doing it in public. I think most lefties would agree that it should still be legal to do that, just not in public. If they want to do it on their own land, their own little far-off enclaves in the woods, all the power to them. Who cares? Let them rot in obscurity. The problem is when they want to make it a public display, and they want to affect others with their beliefs. And Republicans have oftentimes talked about how the left are the ones that are pushing their beliefs on others, and yet electorally, policy-wise, when you look at what the Republicans are doing, they're the ones doing this. They're the ones who try to fight against the separation of church and state. That being the ability for people to not live under the yoke of a Christian nationalist nation, a nation that says it is a Christian nation and Christianity is the standard the nation goes by, instead of a secular nation that allows freedom to worship all religions no matter what, instead of favoritism towards a single one. The Republicans, which are overwhelmingly Christians, actively fight to destroy that separation of church and state with absolutely no euphemism. They call the separation of church and state a bad thing. They believe that America is they say America is a Christian nation. Or that it should be a Christian nation, that everybody should be forced to live by Christian laws and Christian rules, whether they believe in Christianity or not, because they don't see their religion as a matter of opinion or a matter of subjectivity. They see it as something that they are failing if they don't force as many people as possible to live under and to worship. It is every Christian's goal to make you a Christian too. It's just different depending on how they go about it. Some are nicer and more hands-off about it and think that if they are more chill about it, you'll take the active, curious approach, and that's the way they can get you into Christianity. And others just think that they can force you into it. But every Christian thinks they are failing as a Christian if they don't make you one too. Because Christianity says, all sects of Christianity say, that you are not going to heaven if you are not a Christian when you die. There may be some niche sects that don't, but even the nicest, most, not pushing it on you Christian out there that you know believes that your soul is doomed to hell if they cannot manage to make you a Christian by the time you die. They intend, unless they're fine with you burning in hell, they intend at some point for you to become a Christian. Yeah. The thing you have to understand about religion is that when these people truly believe something that's not true with every fiber of their being, or at least claim to, it makes them dangerous. I respect people having their values in that, like, they believe in Christianity and, like, it's what helps them deal with, like, the horrid fucking existential, like, dread that is human existence. Like a solid answer that's comforting for the deaths of loved ones and your future mortality. It's comforting. That's fine. I'm okay with it. The problem is that most religions, organized religion, has a lot of rules. You have to meet standards and follow rules to be a good adherent of that religion. And if it's like, don't murder, don't rape, that's good. But when it's like, you can't eat this food on a certain date, or you have to fast on a certain date, or you can't be gay, then it's... And then those people want to gain governmental control and force everybody, no matter their beliefs, to live under that rule. These same Christian conservatives criticize these things in, like, Muslim-majority countries that follow Sharia law as, like, the ordained law of the land. And yet they want to implement Christian Sharia law as the law of the land by decimating the existence of separation of church and state. They do not care for allowing people to live and let live despite disagreements. The only way for conservatives to be happy is for them to win and for them to have utter domination over all others, for them to live the same lifestyle they do. The existence of others who live a lifestyle different from them is a poison. Look at how conservatives talk about people who live lives different from them of their own choice now. They are a poison, a cancer, a disease. They are destroying America. They are destroying the left. Can you imagine if these people had full, unabated control of the country and they had say whether or not people were allowed to have dissenting opinions anymore, even in the privacy of their own homes? The conservative Christian right, if they had power, would not stand for any form of dissent. Which is why they need to be kept out of power. Which is why you, if you are anywhere near as motivated to keep them out of power as they are to get into power and take away your rights, you need to volunteer with Progressive Victory. ! PV in my website chat to get the link. I'll drop it in my other chats as well. If you go to their website, you can contact them and you can phone bank. You can do all sorts of different things that don't even involve you leaving your house, but you can also do things like canvassing and stuff that involves leaving your home if you really are willing to get on the street and do your part. You can actually have an impact. Volunteer. Do something. Let that despair turn into motivation. Turn that despair for how the Republicans are actively fighting to destroy your rights and destroy your ability to live your life how you choose to, and turn that despair into hate. And then turn that hate into motivation, okay? Make that motivation make you click that link and volunteer. I promise you, you will feel fulfilled, happy, and God willing, ironically enough, there will actually be positive outcomes from enough of you volunteering. You will go to bed feeling so good about yourself after a night of doing phone banking. I've phone banked before. You will feel good. You'll feel good. I promise. All right. How do you guys enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty damn good. Good Seggy? Hell yeah. I think that's all I've got in me for today. I am exhausted, chat. I truly, truly am exhausted. So here's the plan, chat. I am going to stream tomorrow a normal 6-segment politics stream, maybe more. And the day after tomorrow, a day I would normally take off. Halloween's the 30th, right? Is it the 30th or the 31st? Is it always the end of the month? I can never remember. Is the 30th Halloween? It's the 31st. Okay. I'm going to take the 30th off. The 30th off. Recuperate and recharge on the 30th. And then on the 31st, Actually, no. Here's what I'm going to do on the 30th. Gaming stream. I'm going to restart my playthrough of Dead Space Remake. Play through as much, like, as close to half of the game as I can on the 30th, and then do the second half of the game after a sizable amount of segments in the 31st as a Halloween special. But then I'll have to take the first off, just entirely. I hope your health gets better. Thank you, Delancer. Phasmo? Probably no Phasmo. I think I'm just gonna... I don't have anyone to play it with. So I'm just gonna play it with, I'm just gonna play, Dead Space. Like, back when I'd play Phasmo... Like, Vosh is so spooked, he wouldn't do the haunted houses. I'm not even joking. Vosh outright, like, we were walking to the haunted houses, and then he dipped out and went to do something else. He's not joking when he says he's a massive pussy. He's not joking. He doesn't do scary situations at all. He just straight up, like, dipped out the second he saw, like, the dark cornfield. To be fair, like, dark cornfield is a real horror scenario that, like, he said he would never willingly submit himself to, like, while playing horror games. I've seen him do that. Might be able to get Keffels, yeah. And then, like, I don't even think I'm friends with Denims anymore. I literally haven't spoken to her in a year. She's ghosted me for, like, an entire year since she got really into, like, the clout sphere of streamers. Like, she got super clouded up and became friends with, like, Pokimane and stuff, and then, like, completely stopped responding to any message. So she's basically ghosted me for a year, and she's, like, a massive Hassan simp, too, so... it's probably for the best. So... there's no, like, she can't be part of it like we used to do the, Phasmo streams for. Conyer might be down, but, like, we'd have such a small group, it wouldn't really feel the same, you know? Yeah, Sag. Yeah, also, I think I went into Denim's chat at some point, like, maybe 7 months ago, 8 months ago. It was when she hadn't responded to my message for, like, a few months. And I'm one of those people, I don't double or triple message. Like, I don't do that. I'll double message at the most if we're friends, and that's what I did. I won't triple message if I don't get a reply. And so I went into her chat to just say hi, and she ignored my messages, very, very obviously. So it's very clear that bridge is, like, silently burnt. Denim's chat is overrun with tankies. Yeah, she's basically a Hassan waiting room. I helped her set up her stream, for those that don't know. Like, when I went to her house, I helped her set up her stream, like, way back in 2020 or 2021 or whatever. And she explicitly said, make my stream look like Hassan's. Like, she just outright told me, make it Hassan's stream setup. Anyway, I have a feeling that that bridge was probably burnt a while ago. So, it's sad. We were pretty good friends, I thought, but it was seemingly just a clout-chasing thing. At least that's the vibe I've gotten, so... Sag, many such bridges have been burnt. That is the way of being a lefty content creator. No friendships last for that long. Except for the really good ones. Those ones last forever. Have a good night? Yeah, have a good night, everybody. Here's where I'm going to wrap things up. I'm going to be playing some more FF14 tonight, and it's time for me to level some of my alternate classes I need to level, my roles for the role quests and Shadowbringers. I need to prepare, so I am ready to start Shadowbringers when my friend Ethan gets back from Germany. With all that said, guys, I love you all very much. You guys are great and beautiful and awesome. Have a good one. Doo-doo fart. And also Larry Banks 78, thank you for the last minute dono.